And that could also include, every country I just named is an ethnicity too. So let's even include that, perhaps with the exception of America in a way, obviously. But like, they're looking for the survival of their people to be able to have a place in the world and not be threatened in the future. And you have in this room the president or prime minister, the fucking head of the intelligence, the head of the national police, and maybe one or two other people. It is the top guns on a need-to-know basis. And you say to yourself, okay, what's the best way for us to be able to survive? Well, it's to have leverage. It's to have a need so that other people who aren't like us from other places have to help us out when we call upon them.
This is going to go a lot better if you don't answer your own questions.
I'm not answering.
You just answered your own question.
How did I just answer?
Because you just said, what are they going to think? They're going to think we need to do this way. That's what you just did.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, think about it in the worst. Like, actually put the visual on. And you're saying, what if we needed to get leverage over these people to be able to do what we need to do?
So right away, you're assuming that the best solution is to get leverage over.
And you tell me darkest secrets. You tell me it's not.
Nope. How do you ensure the survival of the country for 1,000 years?
I mean, bunch of different.
Yes. Bunch of different. You don't try to leverage the people. You take the choice away from the people.
Yes, by leveraging. But how do you do? Why is China buying up every single fucking port around the world? Because they just enjoy collecting ports?
They're not leveraging. They're not leveraging people. They're literally just rewriting the rules.
That's not leverage.
That's not leverage. Means it takes effort to try to put this. Leverage is another way of saying debt. It means
How's that not debt? That's literally debt. I go buy Greece's fucking port for $600 billion or $600 million, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And now Greeks owe me shit. How's that not leverage?
So, because China's not leveraging China. Greek in that example, Greece is leverage.
Yes, this is, okay, so let's go right back to it. This is exactly what I'm saying. So you are these people in a room from country A, and you are saying I'm focused on our survival, and the only way to do that is to get leverage off of pick up all these powerful nations and the people who are in them who mean something and have a say. Would you not sit there if you're just thinking in this way? And I'm actually trying to look at it from their perspective of like, they're not being evil, but they can lead themselves to think and do an evil thing past the line. Would you not sit there? Would you not be able to see them sitting there in that time and in this groupthink room of 5 people focused on this one thing, be able to convince themselves, like, you know what? Yeah, we would sacrifice 50,000 girls over the next 4 or 5 decades to make sure we were able to do that. Because what's the one thing no one can come back from? Fucking a kid. It's the one thing you can't come back from. O.J. Simpson's out there tweeting and he fucking hacked his wife to death. Now, I would argue he didn't really come back, but there's other people who have come back from horrible things. You can't, once you are a kid fucker, you're a kid fucker. It's done.
You haven't traveled to Pakistan, India, Philippines, Thailand.
I'm talking about in the power.
What do you mean? What do you mean when you say that?
Child prostitution is a very real thing all over the world.
Yes, I know that. I'm saying in the United States it's not accepted in public.
You didn't say anything about it being an American. You said a powerful country, and then you listed off a whole bunch of different examples.
Britain, United States, France.
Right. There's plenty of powerful countries out there where it's a totally normal thing. It's not newsworthy at all. And let's not forget that. Let's not glorify the United States, where we have a massive human trafficking of children problem. Right? So there's plenty of ways that you can bounce back just fine all over the world. It's not like a death sentence to engage in prostitution or child prostitution.
Yeah, but not with people who make laws, not with people who make the rules.
Yes, those are exactly. The people who make the rules are the people who have the most power. Again, I think the problem here is you're actually trying to veilably talk about the United States by using this hypothetical country.
No.
So then if you're talking about a hypothetical country, we can talk about real countries where it happens all the time, including the United States.
Right, but if you're a country who has bigger threats, that your threats are the other 3 big countries that are much bigger than you, have much more powerful people that can easily take you over or easily destroy your race or your culture, or whatever it is, you want to have leverage on the tippy-top people of those top countries, those top nations.
So you're going to try to blackmail them with child prostitution. That's what you're saying.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, leverage is in power, right? So we're mutually assured destruction still exists. You know what I mean? The fact that Putin's in power and he's got nuclear weapons, the fact that North Korea has nuclear weapons, the fact that Pakistan has nuclear weapons. That's really where the leverage lies on each other. Nobody wants to die, right? We don't want to be extinct as a population. Now, the rest of what you're talking about with child labor and child slavery and those issues are very, very real. However, I've been to Thailand. I know Andy has. I've been to certain places where it's the accepted way of culture. Not for us. We get picked up immediately by people that watch out for that to happen to us. Not that we would select to do it, right? But make sure that they're not selecting us.
Yes.
Kind of thing, right? So when I think about leverage on top people, it's never going to happen.
Efficiently, you're not going to go down the road of blackmail. Blackmail is an unpredictable one swing, one attempt to blackmail somebody. If it works, it might work for a short period of time, but it's much more controllable to gain leverage over somebody with a strong deterrent.
Yep.
So if I had,
Would you say it worked with Epstein?
Well,
we can't know.
If you say if you would say the theory is true, would you say it was effective?
All I'm saying is if the news were able to come out that pick any of the last 5 presidents, like any of them.
Yeah.
If the news were ever able, that's the highest level. If the news ever came out while they held any power, so let's say while they were in office, that there was irrefutable evidence that they were fucking a kid. And no, I'm not talking about Monica Lewinsky. She was fucking 21 years old. I'm saying, like, dead serious. If it came out, they're like, oh, they're fucking 14-year-olds. They're done. They're done.
agreed.
Benito.
Agreed. But I think what we're saying is knowing.
That's not going to put another country in power over the United States.
Yeah,
Why not?
and it's just never going to happen.
It's
never gonna happen.
Why?
Because the United States is
It's not gonna
bigger than a
happen to us.
president.
And we're nobodies. It wouldn't happen to us. We've traveled to the country. I can tell you the end brief is I'm going to be on your ass. I'm going to make sure nobody approaches you. Because you go to wash your hands. I was undercover in Thailand. You go to wash your hands and there's a girl sitting on the faucet. You got to like
Move
move
her out of the way.
Yeah. So it's just the accepted way of
You're trying
their culture.
You're trying to
Terrible.
ask us to prove to you in a conversation why an unlikely situation isn't likely going to happen, and why even if it did happen, it wouldn't create enough leverage to unseat a nation state or to put one country over another country. It just, like, that's an impossible task that you're asking for in the first place. If you just think through it logically, how many controversies have happened of any kind all over the world where the country remains even though the head of state's replaced?
Oh yeah, but if the head of state and the blackmailer are the two people in possession of this knowledge and no one else knows, and then the head of state
For sure is
and
going
their own
to
survival.
call the bluff. They're going to say, blackmailer, do it. I dare you. And you better do it faster than I can use my executive authorities to have you assassinated.
So if I have video of that dude,
Deep fake. You prove to me it's not a deep fake.
all right, in 2000,
Prove to me that it was from 2000.
Right.
No. I'm saying, like, let's say no. Let's
I'm telling
literally
you-
go back 20 years ago, not in
Who's got the
2022.
burden of evidence?
Yeah, you could easily make a video look like it was shot 10 years ago.
Correct.
No, I'm saying,
So
like,
do it
let's
10
go
years ago.
back right now.
Do you see
and
what
say
you're-
this happened?
Julian, do you see what you're doing? You are now artificially creating the confines of the exercise to
Because he
tighten
was
it
in
up to a place.
existence.
Because you're looking for something specific. You're not having a hypothetical conversation. You're digging for some kind of specific parallel. You're not having a true
I think the
hypothetical.
leverage. I think you just can't. I know where you're coming from, and I get it. But the leverage just isn't in that particular piece. Deterrent is everything.
Blackmail is the weakest leverage in the world.
You can come out and just say, okay, an admission. Just come out. Listen, I made a mistake.
I didn't know she
You
was
know,
14.
yeah, I had no idea.
How many judges have we had say that?
And you have a million people come behind you and say, he really didn't. He's really in care. He goes away.
Right, but
When you fight it, that's when it becomes leverage. When you continue to say, what are you going to do? Take it to another level. The person I don't know if I was telling you guys, one of somebody I know, had an instance where with gift cards. Hey, I'll fix your computer if in fact you just go out and buy me $5,000 worth of Sephora gift cards. At the end of the day, as long as you come clean at that point and say, oh my God, I had no idea what was going on, whatever, it goes away on a different level. And it's the same thing. Hey, I know you're saying this, but he he didn't do, he didn't know, he didn't do it, prove it, whatever.
I know it's
This
not.
goes away.
I know it's not.
No, so you're seeing
It's
it,
not
but
a deter-
at least you're taking. You're not playing word jujitsu with what I said. You are taking, and that's exactly why I brought it up. You're taking what I said and you're extrapolating it into these very real hypothetical situations, and I can accept that because that's why I'm asking it, because it's like, would this have that type of power?
Yep.
And you're saying hypothetically in a lot of situations, not necessarily.
Correct.
Okay.
Right, but couldn't it be
That's all I
useful on
wanted.
a smaller
Yeah.
scale? Couldn't it be used for influence? Like, just say, okay,
To a certain point.
Clinton knows he was in your house, fucking getting a massage and a rub and tug from a 14-year-old.
I think
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to bring it up. Next time I ask you for a favor, you're going to know subconsciously that exists.
for a certain, so it has a shelf life.
Right.
Because eventually you're going to come to the people that you trust and say, look, I might have got jammed up.
Yep.
I might have done something stupid. And then it goes away, right? But there's a moment of uncomfortableness. It's like anything, any of our relationships. Something happens. You know what? I screwed up.
The other thing
Okay,
you
it goes away. There's nothing you can say after it.
The biggest reason why this blackmail has a shelf life is because the person who becomes the blackmailer, at some point in time, if they choose to execute that card, now they have to publicly explain why they held that secret for so long. That's the shelf life.
But here, yeah. So I guess my point is they don't want to publicly use that card. They just want to keep it as unconscious leverage.
Correct.
For a shelf life.
And they better be perfect in their world. Because deterrent, what we're talking about, mutually assured destruction, I can guarantee you, you give me a couple of days, I'll find your piece. And then and that's a lot of times that's what may happen, that we don't see behind the scenes with a guy like Epstein.
So when
You know what I mean? Like, what did we kind of show him that may have been, well, show him a noose, I mean, basically. But, well, I'm not saying that anyone did it. I'm just saying that's kind of what happened.
Where were you that night, Jim?
Yeah.
There were
What was Epstein? What was Ghislaine Gislaine's her dad? What was the story with her dad again?
Well, her dad is
Did she hold
he
the black
was a-
book?
he was
Did
a
she have the
Mossad
book?
asset.
I think so.
Yeah, she had the book. Right?
he was a Mossad asset.
And he was the
And
biggest.
it's-
He was the biggest like media guy in where? Where was he? Really
In Britain.
in Britain,
And
right,
it was
right,
all a house of cards too. He actually left a giant fraud for his kids when they died.
right. He was like the Rupert Murdoch of Britain.
Yeah.
But even look at client number 9, right? That guy's what was it? Elliot Spitzer, was that his name? The mayor or the governor of New York. I mean, that goes away. He's thriving, and the woman is thriving. Yeah, Ashley Dupree. She's thriving. She lives down at the Jersey Shore. She owns her own stores and hangs out, married like top money.
She was one of the victims, right?
No, she was the hook.
Oh,
She was the one, client number 9.
She
was that
made
girl.
money and took him down.
Yeah.
wow. Yeah, look what happened to what's the prince's name that did the interview, the fucking interview?
Prince
Prince Andrew.
Prince Andrew. Oh, yeah. Oh, the forgotten prince.
Oh, yeah. I don't think he's like the brightest. I
No.
don't think there's a
No.
ton going on with that. Might have been some of that like
Yeah.
royal and
They told him he was a prince. He came out in purple. Like, no, you're not that prince, bro. You're actually a
Velvet.
prince. Oh, all right. Sorry.
All right, guys, that was 3.5 hours.
It's 3.5 hours.
Andy, I don't want to make you late.
I appreciate it.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you,
Yeah, thank you.
both of you guys.
That's great.
Keep up the good work, man.
Yeah.
We love it.
Tell the people listening where they can learn more about what you guys are doing.
Yeah, if you want to find me, you'll find me at everydayspy.com. You'll find me on my podcast, the Everyday Espionage Podcast. And if you're on social media, you'll find me everywhere at Everyday Spy.
Awesome. J3 Global for me. I just did a new website. Check it out. Give me your input. And also on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is really where I shine. So I'll see you on LinkedIn. Look me up, friend me up, send me a message.
And the Trend to Fire podcast, soon to be the Julian Dory experience.
It's not going to be too
The Julian Dory podcast.
There will be a name change announced early next year. But
I'll link below,
for now,
guys.
it's Trend.
Don't want to spoil it. Sleep tight, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Tell people what it is you do.
That's a complex question.
I'm sure there's not many people that don't know, but for the people that aren't aware.
I'm basically an instructor first and foremost. I train people how to survive and live in and go through non-permissive environments. Is the moniker that I've been kind of given by the people that I've trained. Specifically, my background is in is working for the government in Mexico, and that kind of gave me some experience as far as how to survive some of the conditions that are down there. When I came to this country about 4 years ago, I started getting invited out to different security companies and people that offer training of that nature. So I kind of became subject matter guy as far as how to not get into bad situations in foreign countries or in this country as well. Escaping from situations of abduction, for example. How to manage emergency situations in places where you don't have the means that we have access to in this country. From medical management stuff, which I have people that I know that kind of give that specific instructive courses out there in the world, and also I've become kind of an advocate for people that don't have a voice in Mexico, or not a clear voice that you don't hear a lot about up here. Specifically, people who are in law enforcement and who are part of that weird undeclared war in Mexico, the drug war, that's still raging on down there. This whole joke about coming to this country and going to a veteran event with some Marine friends of mine, and they all had hats with the where they served on it, and they jokingly made a drug war veteran hat for me and put it on my head, with the Mexico symbol. So I do a lot of advocacy related to bringing a bit more awareness and a voice to people like myself that went through that conflict, that have seen things from the inside and are now on the outside of it, and kind of bringing awareness and a voice to some of these people who are still in the fight. The honest ones, because anytime you mention law enforcement in Mexico, they're all kind of labeled in the same way: all corrupt, all evil, all bad. But I know that there are a lot of good ones out there doing the job, thankless job, a job without retirement, a job that could end abruptly and leave you without a lot of options. And so in a lot of ways, I'm also an advocate for some of those people and Mexico as a whole, trying to bring awareness to what's happening down there up here.
Can you show us your shirt?
Sure. There you go.
I was drugged and left for dead in Mexico, and all I got was a stupid T-shirt. That's amazing.
It's a movie reference, but also maybe half the part true on my end. It's from a company called Black Triangle Group. Shout out to them. They sent me this T-shirt and said you wouldn't dare to wear this on a podcast, and here I am with it.
The crazy thing about Mexico when it comes to right now is that everyone is distracted with what's going on in Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah.
And it's like no one's talking about Mexico.
That is, like I posted something about that in the first 72 hours of that conflict, which was basically an armed invasion from Russia into the Ukraine. Mexico outperformed that war zone in the first 72 hours as far as the body count. The amount of people that died in violent altercations related to cartel violence in Mexico in the first 72 hours outperformed the war zone. And this is happening right on the southern border. Not just that, but also if I'm not a numbers person, but people can look them up. The amount of people that have died in this conflict and the amount of people that are missing or reported missing in Mexico is astounding. And the amount of mass graves that are being found all over the country now, and the sheer amount of control that some of these criminal groups have over territories in Mexico. There was a recent leak of military documents that has kind of come to light recently. Guacamaya leaks is our version of the WikiLeaks situation, basically. Hacker group basically penetrated the computer systems of the Sedena.
I just read this.
And a lot of documents that the government itself has written are coming to light.
And I think some reporting down in Mexico has put the estimates that the military themselves have put forward that over 70% of Mexico is under some sort of control of criminals, and that there are no-fly zones over some places because they're afraid to get knocked down. And this is happening in all this other borders. To me, it's pretty amazing. It's a conflict that's been going on for decades. It is kind of it's interesting that the denial aspect of it that the U.S. has, or the media has in the U.S. On the government as well, as far as not wanting to call it what it is in Mexico. It's just basically a multi-group armed insurgency going on right across the border, and utilizing, in many cases, military-grade weaponry, fitting every single definition of not only a criminal enterprise, but also a terrorist network in a lot of ways. Very much politicized. We have, I think we have a record as far as the amount of political candidates being assassinated in Mexico, and also, reporters that are reporting on some of these things. So if they don't meet the definition of a terrorist organization, I don't know what does. But it's interesting that it's just not getting the attention of a conflict as far as a war.
Do you think there's a reason that the U.S. is trying to bury this? Is it because, let me phrase this differently, does the shit going on in Mexico benefit the United States at all?
I mean, Mexico is, so there's a few levels to it, I think. Mexico is the second largest consumer of American products that the U.S. has, if you want to think about it that way as well. So we're very much dependent on each other. You see a lot of people calling for close the borders now and stuff like that. There's a reason why it doesn't happen. And one of the reasons is because the U.S. economy depends a lot on Mexico. That's an interesting link that we have. But it goes both ways. Mexicans cross the border and work in this country in a lot of parts of the industry. They're very much a backbone of this country in a lot of ways. You want to think about how indispensable illegal immigration was to this country. During COVID, the produce aisles were stocked.
The what?
The produce aisles were still stocked. There was no shortage of produce.
Yeah.
So Mexicans are essential workers in this country, I guess. Illegal immigration is essential. In the places where legislation has been passed to stop illegal immigration working on fields, you get the farming industry crashing these places, and some of these things get pulled back. But they send money back to Mexico. So we're very much living in we're very much linked through blood, through commerce, through an economy, and now through basically living next to the largest drug market on the planet, which is the United States. Having the experience of seeing the poppy fields down in places like Michoacan, and then training law enforcement in places like Seattle, where I can get to see where that light brown fentanyl-infused heroin ends up, and seeing the government actually supply the tools to put that into your body. The states are. It's been insane. It's surprising to me on that end. And seeing
Really supplying the tools.
There's government programs out in places in the United States where they supply syringes and crack pipes basically as well. There's some government programs out there that supply some of these things to people, which basically they supply the vessels to infuse things that are coming into this country illegally that are supplied by cartel groups in Mexico, which is, again, there's a weird denial in the United States when it comes to some of these problems, and also the mentality that a lot of Americans have as far as it being a Mexico problem, like a foreign problem from a foreign country. It's all on Mexico. And the responsibility is taken by Americans as far as their role in some of these things, from having industry that is completely dependent on illegal immigration, and having the immigrants kind of be the bad guys in a lot of mentalities in the United States, and that narrative of them coming here to take jobs from people. Yes, there is a problem with illegal immigration, but the problem isn't the people that are coming over the border and working in industries that are essential for the United States.
Right.
The problem is in it not the in the immigration system and the basically the enforcement on that border not being looked at closely and regulated. I mean, people coming here to get a job seasonally should be a thing that could be regulated. I guess has happened before in history. Something went wrong, something happened, something changed. The only people that benefit economically with the immigration being illegal are the people that are taxing those immigrants when they cross that border. And those are not government officials. Those are cartels. Those are criminal groups that basically make, in some cases, most of what they earn comes from taxing people going across that border, paying, getting protection fees by some of the coyotes that work on that border, and putting some of these people in actual slavery. There's a big conversation in this country about historical slavery when there's actually still slavery going on in this country. People like myself, Mexicans, coming to this country illegally and not being able to pay for that process, paying a coyote half of their payment, or having their families stateside paying for that process over a time period, and then working, and then working off that payment through labor. Slavery. This happens in this country right now.
How much does it cost to get across the border?
You have numbers from 8,000 to 10,000. You have 6,000 in some places. Some people say, "Well, I'll just go off myself," and then get caught by people on that border. Say, "What are you doing crossing through our zone?"
So what is that process like? So if I'm living in Mexico, I'm living anywhere in Mexico on the border or whatever, and I want to get across, who do I have to go to?
You have to go to smuggler. I mean, people do it independently. They try and do it independently. Some of them get through, some of them don't. Some of them die in the desert. Some of them get caught by the same smugglers. Like, what are you doing trying to cross yourself? You need to pay us a toll. Some of them get caught by the police down there and then get all of their stuff taken because cops down there, some of them are really bad and some of them are not to be trusted. Take their meager belongings and then get tossed back into whatever border town they're currently in.
The Border Patrol are working with them, though, right? They're paying Border Patrol. Are they in cahoots?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, the Border Patrol, the U.S. Border Patrol. I'll say this: I've worked as an instructor with some members of the Border Patrol, and I've also seen how they operate on both sides of the border. Both on the Mexican side with binoculars, looking at some of them, looking the other way as a group of people cross by. So there is corruption in that, and there is corruption historically in the Border Patrol from the U.S. side. You look at the convictions as far as corruption charges. The U.S. Border Patrol is one of the ones that have the most convictions when it comes to corruption, and it's clear that it is not only underfunded, but it's undermanned. I've also seen them performing acts of great humanity and paying out of pocket for things like toothbrushes and toys and cold medication for some of the people that are in detention centers. You also don't see the fact that most of them are first generation or second generation Mexicans and do have a vested not only interest in some of these people being treated humanely, but also for them doing well. So it's a complicated issue as far as the Border Patrol. And yes, they do, and sometimes I've seen when I was down there perform certain acts of corruption as well. Corruption is stateside as well. It's not just it's not something that ends at the border. But then you go into Mexico and you see municipal, state, and federal police agencies also being predators as far as trying to get some of these smuggling groups and tax them as well. Or some of these people that are coming to the border, and it's known that if you're coming across the country to try and cross that border, you probably have some cash on you. So they're perfect victims for a lot of people that are coming up on the border, specifically authority figures.
How did you get involved in Ukraine, training people in Ukraine?
It's not even that I train people specifically for that. Is that a lot of students that actually came to some of my classes, including one specifically, Vince, who's out there and listen to this. Yeah, I love you, brother. Basically, some students that went through some of the training that I provide, basically I train people how to work in hostile environments. And some of the some of the classes that I've done, some interesting people have shown up, people that have a background themselves, people who have trained people in the military, federal agencies, and people of that nature. Some of them showed up and said, wow, this material could be put to good use somewhere currently, Warsaw. It's like, oh, that's awesome. You want to go, Ed? And I'm like, yeah, I would want to go, but I'm just in no conditions to go, physically, mentally, and all that. I'm at 40, and I have a kid, and I have my own fights, So some of them, can we take some of the material out there? Yeah. I gave them what I could as far as educational material, and they took it with them. And they went out there, front lines, and trained a bunch of people specifically how to utilize what they had on hand as far as a medical management emergency, improvising medical management equipment, austere medical management type material that I gathered from some of the people that I've worked with before. And also how to get out of bad situations, restraints, how to get out of handcuffs, how to get out of certain improvised restraints like zip ties and duct tape. Is a lot of the stuff they're using out there. They're very they're not equipment rich, these Russian forces, so they're improvising a lot of stuff they're doing, which kind of emulates or mirrors a lot of the stuff that I saw in Mexico as far as some of the criminal groups abducting people out there. So it made sense for some of that material to be spread out that way.
What has, as far as like your communication with the guys that are out there, what has shocked you the most, or what has sort of surprised you the most out of how they operate over there and some of the tactics they use? Like you just said, using duct tape.
I mean, I think both sides are doing a lot of horrible stuff. It's a war zone, and there is no shining knight in that situation, and there is no clear heroic side. Some of them are defending their homeland. That's to be admired and commended. And then there's this Russian contingent coming in, and some of them are mercenaries, and they're performing some barbaric acts against the civilian population. Booby trapping, farming equipment. They're leaving some of the areas, mining planted fields, leaving improvised booby trapping in schools and places where people would find scavenged food and stuff like that. I think is something that's pretty scary, alarming, and unneeded in a war zone like that. But that's on Russia. I've also heard, from other people going out there to try and fight for that Ukrainians, getting treated poorly by the Ukrainians.
Like civilians going like that?
There's two Mexicans out there that I know of who I used to work with, who are now out there, performing, tasks out there. They've reported back that they were treated poorly by some of the Ukrainian military because of the color of their skin. Really? So there's shit happening on both sides. There's some elements of the Ukrainian military that are clearly,
very racist.
Very racist. Culturally detached from the fact that there are people out there that have brown skin that might want to go and help people.
Yeah, very much like rogue neo-Nazi groups out there.
There are, and there's some sentiment like that. Not all of them again. This is just some stuff that I've heard from people like that that out there. The shocking thing for me is that the whole targeting of civilian populations, basically. How they're, setting booby traps, man traps, and explosive devices that are going to be probably plaguing that area for decades from now.
Who are the ones that are setting this trap? Is it both sides?
Mainly Russian retreating forces that are
that's wonderful. What the hell is this freak show?
Moving back and
Thank you.
That controlled territory.
Thank you, McBro.
To be placed back in the hands of Ukraine.
And this is the kind of stuff that needs to be able
to
survive and to be able to recognize.
I don't show anything related to explosives, but I do show things as far as trying to surveil urban environments and just see the risks involved in moving in places like that. we weren't exposed to a lot of improvised explosives of that nature. Well, not improvised conventional explosives, because a lot of these things are military grade explosive that are being utilized in some of these conflict zones. Down in Mexico, we faced civilian drones being used to drop grenades on people. That happened in Mexico.
Really cool.
Like the little GI drones.
Yeah, that happened in Syria first, and then in Mexico. That happened in Syria first, as far as it being kind of like shown publicly through videos on social media. And then you start seeing it in Mexico. The first improvised explosive that I saw in New Mexico, delivered by a drone, was actually dropped in Baja. It was a grenade that didn't explode in them, but it was a grenade attached to a civilian drone that was dropped in the backyard of the private residence of the Secretary of Public Safety in the state of Baja. And the first drone I saw used for similar activity was actually crashed on the road through Playa de Tijuana. It's a quad drone that was carrying a giant brick of meth. So this was like 2011, I think I remember 2011. So it's the kind of rise of drone technology as far as where it was going. It was apparent to a lot of us when we started seeing them being utilized for stuff like that. I remember seeing some of the first videos coming out of Michoacan probably 2-3 years ago. Michoacan right now is basically an active war zone in Mexico.
Can you tell, paint a picture of where in Mexico is
Michoacan is center of Mexico towards the Pacific side coast. It's next to a hotbed of activity that is related to the Regeneration Cartel, which is one of the largest, most militarized cartels coming out of Mexico right now. It's kind of vying for power as far as the Sinaloa Cartel and maybe the Regeneration Cartel. They are trying to gain entry and control of Michoacan, which is a very rich place as far as the ability to plant and harvest things like coffee. It's also on a drug route. So it's a pretty strategic place for them. The Mexican federal government is actually allying themselves with the Carteles Unidos out there, which is basically what is left of the cartels that used to dominate that area. So they're involved in trench warfare against the Regeneration Cartel. So the Regeneration Cartel, probably 2 years ago, I think some of these videos came out, and I remember them coming out on social media and kind of me sending them out to some of my U.S.-based friends, specifically EOP teams, so they could see it. So I thought it was interesting, and they were surprised by the fact that they hadn't seen some of this stuff before. They're basically weaponizing, using mining explosives, conventional mining explosives, in combination with chemicals used to the pesticide chemicals. Right, so basically using the explosives not to disperse these pesticide chemicals that are mixed and very harmful if you breathe them in. And they were using them to drop on some of the fortified positions that the federal government and the cartels, the Carteles Unidos had to fight against the Regeneration Cartel. So that whole exchange of information is going on right now, as far as social media and YouTube and live leaks and all these online sources basically exporting the methodology has been kind of like a really interesting part of all of these conflicts that have recently kind of dawned on the world.
How are they exporting the methodology? What do you mean by that?
I mean, you see Farmington back 40 millimeter grenades being dropped in Syria to stabilize that grenade as it goes down from a drone. And somebody out there takes note of that, and then you see it in Mexico. And then somebody takes note of the fact that some specific drones are better than others, taking some of that methodology and showing it to the Ukrainians, and now the Ukrainians are utilizing some of it. So this whole weird improvised civilian drone arms race that is going on right now in the world.
That combined with the group chats on WhatsApp of them sharing different things, photos and videos and learning.
WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, social media. Facebook used to be like a place. It's not anymore because of all the censorship. Instagram also used to be a place. I remember.
I looked this morning. I was looking for you this morning. And for some reason, I couldn't find you.
Shadow ban. Basically, you can't find a lot of stuff that I post because of repeated violations of the terms of service, and usually they come from like news. You share news posts from my sister page. Then most of my current strikes on the page have been of me sharing news about stuff that's going on in Mexico. So some of the censorship online is pretty crazy. So I had to put most of my educational information behind paywall on Patreon. Because there's just no way that people can access that on social media without me getting some sort of strike on my accounts.
That's insane. That's insane. And are they doing that because of like you're posting stuff that actually violates the terms of service, or
they got a strike on my page? There was a major offensive by a certain cartel in Mexico, and they left a bunch of their plate carriers, basically armored plate carriers to carry with them behind. And I shared a picture of one of those plate carriers that had the name of one of these groups, the four letters. And that got a strike on my page because it was promoting terrorist organizations. Right, so you see or keywords in the news article related to that group, also promoting terrorist or fake organizations.
Meanwhile, our son Luis Chaparro, the reporter of Ciudad Juarez, is telling me that not only are El Chapo's kids and family are on Instagram,
TikTok,
as well as El Mayo's family and cousins and sons.
They're all over TikTok. All over TikTok, Instagram. They have Instagram accounts. They're basically utilizing TikTok as a recruiting launch for them. For some of these cartel groups out there. I don't know how to describe it as far as like experiencing it. You see, I'm no saint. I post things that are, I think, informational or educational in some cases, or some funny stuff as well related to PTSD and alcoholism and all that stuff that I'm going through. But it's funny when you post something related to news or dispersing information in this country. We have a sister page that deals specifically with reporting on specific cartel activities in Mexico in English, which is not an easy thing to do. But they're based out of Mexico, and they're doing some amazing work. But they get reported on, and their pages, I think the first page they had was taken completely down by Instagram. Specifically because they get strikes on their page because, again, the wording, the imagery, it's not even, and they're very good at blurring everything out, but that gets taken out. And on the other side of the aisle, you see some of these organizations basically posting videos and pictures of them spreading, some of these, when COVID was happening, they were giving, despensas out there with the name of the cartel specifically, here you go, family, this is on behalf of this cartel, or they were enforcing some of the mask mandates in Mexico. And if you were caught without a mask outside, or if you were caught partying inside, you would get tatabla, which is basically a board on there, a flat board that you would use to hit your ass. And you would see that on TikTok, you would see some of that on Instagram as well. No problem. So yeah, there's definitely some strange allowances that some of these groups have, or at least preferences that I think that we've seen as far as Chaparro looking at how some of the stuff he posts and how maybe he's being censored on some of the stuff he posts. will help them alert for some things that are very much informational, even some of the stuff going on down there, and it getting blocked or banned because of it. And meanwhile, some of these accounts that are out there, specifically TikTok, I think TikTok it's right now it's the main platform for a lot of people, specifically in some of who it's out there. No problem. Kids running around, 17-year-olds running around with AK-47s, beating the shit out of people that.
I've heard the opposite about TikTok. I've heard people have problems with banned all the time on TikTok.
Well, they might get banned all the time on TikTok, so that you can do a search of specific criminal groups on TikTok right now, and you'll find hundreds of videos of them rolling around.
What would you say? Like, what would give me an example? Like, what would you say?
It's in your little guide. For example, you can look for a lot of these things, and also they'll just pop up as far as videos and imagery related to cartel corridos, for example. Popular music down there that is kind of like glorifying some of these activities. The fact that it's being utilized as a sort of propaganda on including for them is very clear. And many people have reported on the fact that some of these anonymous TikToks pop up every now and then. We saw a few of them specifically in Baja related to recruiting people to certain cartels. Like, if you want to work for us, reach out. We're here. We had an incident in Tijuana where a bunch of young kids recruited by one cartel to put pressure on the government, basically burned a bunch of cars and caused a lot of chaos in Tijuana. It was a specific day. They had this whole orchestrated where they put some cars, set some cars on fire in some major traffic zones during peak traffic hours. And later on, they put this message out on social media about them and what it was about, and people basically setting a curfew. People don't go out, people clean the plaza, basically. Then later, they would find out that some of these kids, after they were paid by said criminal groups, that they skipped town. But a lot of them were basically recruited through their communities. So a lot of them got like, hey, we want to make some money, do it through here. So WhatsApp, social media, Signal, Telegram, a lot of these things are being utilized by some groups.
How long have you been dealing with this censorship on Instagram? Like, being shadow banned, and your account's gone down and back, right?
Yeah. So, I'm at 300 something thousand. I've attempted to be verified. I've been quoted by Al Jazeera, New York Times, BBC. As I've been on some pretty major podcasts. I've worked on some movies. I've write for a few magazines. I've talked to the Senate, some Senate hearings myself as well. All of this documented, and I can't get a verification. Because of the controversial, maybe it's because of the controversial nature of what I talk about, or maybe specifically it's because of some of the taglines and subject matters that I talk about are considered bannable offenses, I guess, on Instagram.
Do you do any of that on other platforms at all, like Twitter and YouTube?
I've actually recently started posting more on Twitter, and it's a breath of fresh air because a lot of stuff stays up. But not Instagram. And again, it's hard for people to find me on Instagram. Some of the stuff that I've been posting recently has been very benign, and it's mostly leads people to go and look at my stuff somewhere else, but still it's bad.
Yeah, Louis Shabara, his biggest, one of his biggest media outlets is Instagram and his stories too. The funny thing, the interesting thing about people like him is, especially when you decide to live there, near the border, like where he is, like him in particular, he is not like a gun guy. He's like, he doesn't like to own a gun. And the question I have for you is, if you're a journalist living down there, reporting on these cartels, meeting with these cartels, would it be advisable not to have a fucking gun on you, or is it almost smarter to just not even have one and be considered harmless?
It's an interesting question. I am not a reporter. So my mentality around a lot of this is completely different.
Right.
But
It's something opposite.
but I have trained a lot of reporters that work down there who, they work in Mexico, and it's not easy, and there's some issues to that. Arming themselves is not something I would advise for somebody that's going to go into the Dragon's Den to talk to some of these people, because it basically turns you into a combatant, right? But that being said, not being safe and not knowing how to be safe or trying to get yourself out of some of these situations is probably ill-advised. The amount of reporters that are killed in Mexico is mind-boggling. It's one of the most dangerous jobs in Mexico is to be a reporter. There was a lady that actually went on the Mañanero, which is basically the current president of Mexico, and Andrés Manuel López Obrador has these daily meetings where he addresses the nation and rambles around about whatever thing is in his head at that particular day. And a reporter lady steps up and says, "Hey, they've been threatening my life. They want to kill me. Can I talk to you about it?" They had an exchange there, and nothing happened. Nothing was done. She went back to where she was from. Basically, that is the level of insecurity in Mexico. She told people what was going to happen, and then it happened. Right? She told the president of Mexico. Mind you, I speak ill of the government right now, and I will speak ill of the government that I was a part of when I was working for, from Felipe Calderon all the way to here. I think all politics in Mexico is corrupt, but the current government is towards the left of the political spectrum, and there's a lot of sentiments of division in Mexico right now, as far as the left and the right. The current presidency in Mexico said that they were going to make a civilian police force, that they were going to take the military off the streets, that they're going to use the hugs, not bullets. Yeah, hugs. And now we have a militarized National Guard unit. The civilian-controlled federal police is gone. And he's doing exactly what his main rival, Felipe Calderon, did back in the day, which basically militarized his war. And it's surprising to me that people on both sides are in denial about this too. I get attacked a lot about my criticism as far as the current government, but I criticize the whole of it. Right? I was a part of that government as well, and I criticize the shit out of the Felipe Calderon government and the thing with the government and the current government. It's all of it is there's no saving places for a lot of these presidencies in Mexico. We've never lived in the most dangerous time to be in Mexico. As far as the amount of violence that is occurring in Mexico and at the scope that it is. And 90% of all murders aren't solved.
If you are a civilian traveling down there, for example, like if you're someone just traveling from Florida, going on a surf trip, and you catch a ride to, a local beach to go surfing or whatever, and you end up getting intercepted by somebody in a cartel, what should you do physically, and what should you do, how can you use words to get yourself out of a situation?
So first off, Mexico isn't all bad. There's the parts of Mexico that are perfectly safe for people. 90% of all new houses in Tijuana are being bought by Americans.
So a friend was in Tijuana, just built a new house. Amazing.
San Diego South is what they call it now. The weed trafficking is happening from San Diego to Tijuana. That's the weird thing about it. Mexico has a bunch of economic migrants from the U.S. living in Mexico. They're reviled in places like Mexico City. Some of them are they want to know because they're driving up prices. So the whole notion of Mexico being this dangerous place is, in some parts, it is very dangerous. In some parts, it's very safe. Every now and then, I see people like, "Oh, I live comfortably here. My kids go to town." Yeah, but you live in a fucking resort fucking area. Of course, you fucking do that, right? And also, you're American. Your passport, even if you don't think that, your passport actually provides you with certain immunity to some of the violence because criminal groups don't want to target Americans because that will bring in a lot of extra heat to them.
Oh, really?
So that is a product of that. You're more likely to be stopped by a corrupt local cop and get asked for a bribe and get abducted by a criminal organization. So the nature of the beast town is completely different from the United States. I always tell people from the U.S. If you can't travel with your sense of normal, you can't travel with your legal system, and you can't travel with your civil rights. None of that means anything once you cross that border. You have to adjust. Your normal is a fluid concept. The same thing happens up here. I remember going to Detroit with some friends of mine who were law enforcement and getting to see certain parts of that city. I think this one actually, some of those parts of that city was pretty gnarly. I will say, first off, you need to adjust what your sense of normal is and what you would expect somebody to react to, or what you expect somebody to view as valuable on you or with you to change. People going out of Mexico and getting their truck stolen. The cartels are targeting you. No, they want your truck. That is a resource there. People going off to a foreign country with their iPhone and getting stabbed in the neck for it by 11. That iPhone will pay for a lot of their issues in that place. So it's worthy as far as an object to steal from you, murder you. So first off, you have to regulate your sense of normal in some of these environments. Mexico is a place that is varied. There's places that are safe. There are places that are safe for the locals. If you're local there, you'll know what those places are. Our sense of normal for somebody from Tijuana is completely different from the sense of normal from somebody from San Diego, for example. The shootout happens and you duck behind the taco counter and then you freak out, everything's fine, and you continue on eating your tacos. Meanwhile, the American across from you is calling the embassy to get extracted or something like that. I'll say this, first off, you need to realize that you are in another country. If you're in Mexico traveling or living there, you need to realize you're in another country that has a very different set of rules, that has a government that is pretty iffy as far as trusting it or not. So they're not going to be the ones that you might have to call for something maybe. Some of these places are cartel owned. What you're seeing sometimes in some of these resort towns, with the violence that's going on inside of them, is it's a fight for the giant drug market created by Americans. They brought their consumption with them, and they go down to Mexico and live in some of these places. So now it's an extra valuable place. So people are trying to kill folks from the drug markets that people are creating. That's another aspect of this whole drug war that people don't realize. Mexico has drug markets themselves. It's not just the U.S. drug market. Mexico has giant drug markets themselves. And America is not needing to cross the drugs into San Diego, for example, to feed that drug market. Having some of these Americans come down and now live in Mexico and live in places like Tijuana and bringing their habits with them. That means that there is more violence as far as the people that are fighting for feeding that habit. So, advice. Realize that you have to adjust your sense of normal. Even if I'm from San Diego, I have my rights, I'm an American, I live down here. Things should change.
They don't give a shit where you're from.
They don't give a shit where you're from. Also, the locals will be less empathetic to you, as far as you trying to adjust things there. It's a hard issue.
Somebody told me to tell my son told me to say if I ever got in a situation to say soy de Monterrey.
Oh yeah, Mexican Wakanda is what they call Monterrey. That's where all the old money hides in Mexico. You go down there and you see a kind of you see all just falling out.
And he said also the white guys too. He's like, everyone in Monterrey is white.
Yeah, that's another aspect of Mexico that people don't know. There's a lot of white people out there in Mexico who don't speak English.
I know, right?
My foster brother, Alberto, if he's listening to this, shout out to him. He doesn't speak very clear English. Sometimes he would go to San Diego with his kids, and they would speak to him, not me. He was like, "Okay." At least he pays Mexican.
I know, that's crazy. I just learned that like a couple months ago.
Louis C.K. is Mexican. More Mexican than a lot of these the Mexican Mexican American communities out there as far as like he actually lived in Mexico.
Right.
That's pretty insane. And there's this whole, it's another weird thing about the American mindset as far as Mexico. That Mexico is a single place. Everybody's the same. People from Baja, like even Baja, that's the state I was born in Tijuana. It's actually rare to meet somebody that was born in Tijuana. It's not a common thing.
It's a transient place.
It's a transient place. So I was born on 7th Street, the hospital Hospital de Leon, right? Which is, a hospital where a lot of people, if you're born there, you're either the son of immigrants that were kicked out of the U.S., or you were on your way to the U.S. and you missed the date of your birth and you got born in Tijuana, right? So it's an interesting little part of the world, Tijuana. It's a city of immigrants. It is one of those places. It's like a Narnia type place, Anything goes. Opportunity, food, street food is amazing there. Drugs are prevalent there. There's a place called La Zona Rosa, a tolerance zone, Zona Tolerance, where prostitution is basically legal. On top of that, there's the ocean there. There's Ensenada to the south. There's a wine valley there. It's an amazing place. There's a lot of opportunities for people. There's beautiful parts of it, there's bad parts of it. So you wanted whatever you wanted to do, basically. But people from Tijuana are known, in other parts of the country, because when we passed through there, they're predated by people from Tijuana. I met somebody Oakland. He had a taco shop out there. And I have this clear English because I actually went to language school, and I've actually worked on not having an accent. Si quieres hablar español, y empieza a decir mamá de media, y soy la chingada, y todo lo que quieras. I can speak Spanish, I can speak English clearly. So I turn off the Spanish when I'm in the U.S. for no other reason than I don't want to be treated differently, right? So I'm there. Some friends of mine are there, and they're kind of joking with this taco guy. This taqueria is that. Great tacos, by the way. I wish I could give you the name of the place. It's in Oakland. Amazing place. Speaking jokingly, he's from Puebla. Speaking jokingly with him, he's like, what do you think about people from Tijuana? Right? And I'm standing there and eating the tacos. They'll steal the t-shirt off your back and sell it back to you. It looks at me like, why do you say that? When I went through there to try to jump that forward, I bought some gold necklaces from the box. He says, oh, thank you. Do you want a gift wrap? Yeah. Which box do you want? Yeah. Grab the box. Left it. A few weeks later, when he was up there, he opened up the box and said, change were gone. So he got this is Tijuana. This is part of Tijuana. Also, there's a lot of that going on there, and then you go to places like Puebla, where people are beautiful. It's a beautiful place. Most of the best food, or the best people that make good food come from Tordain. Had a chef that worked in one of his restaurants that actually came from Puebla. Had a whole episode down there, but it's very innocent. It is a very close-knit town. There's not a lot of change that happen down there, so it's a completely different place than Tijuana. Then you go to Monterrey, with some of the old money, and some of the people that have a lot of opportunities that not a lot of Mexicans live, and there's a certain aspect of almost like a bubble around some of the richer communities that they don't get affected by some of the stuff that happens in other places. And then there's Sinaloa, where everything goes. West, people from Sinaloa are known for their thing. I think there was a ban on people joining certain aspects of the military from Sinaloa for a while in Mexico. It was that kind of military. But all in all, I've met people from all over the country of Mexico up here in the United States. Every time I'm up here, I see somebody who's like, don't hate it. Like, where are you from? I'm from Guadalajara. I'm from here. And being so far away from home, you just the feeling of warmth. It's the connection. Oh, it's a connection. The connection of we have to earn our place here. We have to. It's like a responsibility. Not only in our place, but the place of our children, which is something that I think links most immigrants or everyone. They're always looking for a better place, not only for themselves, but for their kids. But there's another side to it. There's a dog-eat-dog type mentality in some Mexicans as well. I always said this: my biggest critics here in the United States are Mexicans, or second generation, third generation Mexicans that have lost sight of what that struggle. That say that I talk too negatively about Mexico, or that I don't know what I'm saying, even though I came from that place. They might know better if they've never been down there, or if the only experience with Mexico is the resort town somewhere, visiting Abuela and the ranchos every few years like that. But Mexico is a very different. If anything, you can't compare it to the United States. I think I've seen more of the United States than most of the countries. Every weekend I'm in a different state doing a class with the locals, doing a class with law enforcement. In the last 2 weeks, I was in Atlanta, I was in Los Angeles, I was in San Diego, I was in Texas, a few parts of Texas, and now I'm here, and I think we're going back to California.
Right? Like, understanding Mexicans and Mexican culture and Spanish is such an important part of living in Florida. I grew up in this town right here, and I'm just like, it's been such a part of my childhood and growing up and working, and like I'm trying to teach my kids Spanish at a really young age, because to be able to communicate and with the Mexicans around us, there's so many of them. It's such an advantage in life.
Yeah, I mean, that's another aspect of it. The whole fact that Spanish is really important. And I remember having people talk about racism, or and if I've experienced it. I've experienced a few places of that, and I've lived in Kentucky for a while, so I've never experienced anything there. I've been to all throughout the South and parts of certain parts of the East Coast that are considered kind of rural. The only time I've experienced that has been in California.
Really?
Yeah. 2 times. One of them was in a grocery store in California, and I won't say the town, but in California. And it was by probably a second generation Mexican. Berating me for the fact that I was speaking Spanish to my kid in a restaurant. But it was a restaurant attached to a supermarket. And he came on and said, you need to speak English. You're in the United States, and you need to adapt. And also, if your kid's going to be here, so you need to speak English. And it was a weird moment, right? Because I turned to her and I could see the brownness in her,
Yeah.
So I could see some of that. That was odd, And another occasion was,
did you understand that? Did you think she had good intentions, or do you think it was just?
I switched to Spanish with her to see if you can talk back in Spanish, and I just caught the fact that she had lost that Spanish. Whatever Spanish she had was broken or that completely unrecognizable to me. So maybe that was it being expressed. That's when she said that to me, that she couldn't speak it anymore, or she lost that. And I don't know. That was a weird one. And the other one was related to my faith. I come from Mexico, and I have a very weird faith to a lot of Americans, I guess. In Mexico, we have a really close relationship with death. We party at the graves of our ancestors. We have
That's one of the coolest things about Mexico.
We have that, and I've been trying to give that to my kid as well, with that culture. I don't want her to lose that. And I had the situation that where some people were calling me out on the fact that I was wearing something very satanic or demonic. Usually, I don't usually carry it out, but I usually carry
Can you hold it up like by your microphone? Reaper.
So I usually carry La Virgen de Guadalupe, which is like Mother of Mexico, and Santa Muerte, which is something I grew up with as far as the faith. And I had some people that's devil worship, and that's the reason why Mexico is so bad, is because you're very satanic and you have this really demonic relationship with itself. And in my mind, I was like, you wouldn't have the balls to call somebody out on that if I was a Native American and I was expressing some of my Native American ancestry here. You wouldn't have the balls to say anything about it. But I'm from Mexico. I'm an immigrant here. And I'm a fair game person to say that to, right? And I just found this weird, like, openness to attack that faith aspect of it. Is interesting. Really not racist, but pretty interesting as far as the ability to be able to say something about that open and free. You know, California.
I feel like one of the biggest misconceptions, at least from my point of view, with Mexicans, is that they're all conservative. At least all the ones I know, they're like conservative country.
Yes.
Like a lot of them I know, they walk around in cowboy boots. They're conservative minded when it comes to politics. They love country music, driving jacked up trucks.
The identity politics that we encountered up here has been also pretty fascinating. And you're Mexican, you should be to this side of the spectrum.
Right.
Or the discussions that I have with Latinx terminology that people want to Latinx, like, get something. The Latinx. I have no idea what that terminology means. So the assumption that I'm an immigrant, so my politics should be at one end or the other.
Right.
So first off, I don't like both sides. On my end, I don't like both sides. I don't particularly agree with a man in power that is completely detached from my generational needs and the generational needs of most of the people that I know. The fact that he probably is clearly not mentally capable to be in office. And on the other side of the political spectrum, there's this reality star who, you know, we can talk about some of the stuff that he said about people like me and about some of the places where I come from, and his politics, and you know, to each his own. I'm not here to talk about that specifically, but there's assumption that we should be on one side of the spectrum. You know, I come from a country where we're not allowed to have guns. And I know what that freedom would mean to a lot of Mexicans. If a lot of Mexicans were allowed to have that freedom, which is in our Constitution. In Mexico, there's a constitutional charter where it states that we have the ability and the right to bear arms in our homes to protect us. But we have one gun store. And we have a military that has monopolized that right. And if you are not a member of the officers club in the military, you can't own or possess a firearm and carry it legally. Or if you're a member of a police organization, you might be able to carry one as long as it complies with your license. Other than that, you have to be upper middle class to afford a plane ticket to fly to that single gun store and buy a gun. And you're not going to be able to carry it. Meanwhile, on the other end, you know, criminal groups are carrying around really, you can take gun helicopters, right? So coming to this country and seeing the right to bear arms, I have a weird relationship to that, you know, because I know what that means to people here, and I know what happened when that right is gone. But on the other hand, I also see things like Fast and the Furious and how the proliferation of firearms in Mexico, and most of them, it's probably 70% of weapons in Mexico come from the U.S. Civilian grade AR-15s and handguns that are converted into full auto in Mexico, for example. Not all, but a lot of them do.
Can you explain what Fast and the Furious is? I really don't know.
Fast and the Furious was an operation that probably started during the Bush administration. It's not people like Obama, but it probably started during the Bush administration. What I know of it externally, it started during the Bush administration, and basically a program that the ATF had to track small firearms purchases by gun runners in the United States. Let them basically buy a bunch of firearms that the cartels wanted. You know about it. Tell gun stores that, hey, let these walk. I know that's a very suspicious purchase, but let these go. Let these walk out of your store. It's fine. Them looking at these, following these gun spot purchases, take them to a gun runner, load them onto a car, and then drive them to Mexico, and nothing happened because they were attempting to follow these somehow.
They were attempting to follow where the guns were going.
Yeah, they're trying to track them, but of course, nothing was tracked, and a lot of these guns were found in murder scenes across the country, including a specific area that had this memory of these FN 57 pistols. High velocity round in these pistols that was able to go through South Florida and 50 cal in the box with the manual and everything. Basically bought off an American gun store and sent down to Mexico. Some of them were used to kill criminals. And I remember finding these in the news and not knowing where it came from. They were pretty new and like out of the box. And you start finding them everywhere. I only found out about them by watching the hearings related to the shooting of Ryan Terry. Federal agent shot with some of these guns that later were traced back to the ATF fact-checkers. It is amazing that we know the names of these federal agents that were killed in the U.S. side with those guns, but we don't know about all the Mexicans who were killed with those guns on the Mexico side. And for people that might want to say that I'm being anti-American with this, and somehow I actually raised money for the Ryan Terry Foundation during the charity event. Despite the fact that I know that some of the people involved in this whole situation might not know about some of the victims in Mexico about it. So I'm trying to be fair and balanced about my views and some of my activism work that I do in both sides of the border. But it's that operation did great harm to Mexico. There was probably some government participation as far as keeping it quiet after it was found out in Mexico by the Calderon administration. I'm almost sure about it. Which was the administration in Mexico around that time, and the administration so that was serious stuff that happening across that border. But the sentiment or the mentality of Mexicans towards the United States after that happened changed. The trust in certain circles as far as the U.S. changed. And Mexico has had a long-standing relationship of good and bad with the United States. We had some massacres that were related to CIA activity in Mexico. We had
I watched that documentary last night. That was a very, very dark story.
And
you got Kiki Camarena, the DEA, and the CIA.
But I mean, there's clear involvement with the CIA in Mexico utilizing drug running at that time to basically piggyback weapons trafficking down to Contra. But there has not been any apology about that,
Is that story, is that been verified, or is that still like quote-unquote conspiracy theory?
It wasn't in my time, of course. I started working in the early 2000s, but I've met people that were from that age and that time, people that worked around that environment. CIA and CIA involvement in a lot of stuff in Mexico is long been Mexico City specifically has been a hotbed for, back then Soviet era espionage and activities. There's a few cases of Soviet spies being assassinated in Mexico. Fidel Castro spent a long time in Mexico City. Some of the revolutionaries actually trained in Mexico before they went off and took heat. So it's been a hotbed of activity. If people want to equate it to something, Mexico has basically been a staging proxy war area for the United States and its enemies for decades. Starting off with the Soviets, I guess, And now you see influences from China in Mexico that seem to hint at some of the same kind of activity as far as a foreign entity influencing or involving itself in certain aspects of Mexico. And the United States trying to combat. So, but now it's no longer spies being sent to Mexico to spy on the United States. Now it's a pipeline of fentanyl being pumped into Mexico to feed an American.
So before we go into the whole China thing, I wanted to, for people that are listening, if they're not familiar with the last NARC, basically the story of that is there was a DEA agent working in Mexico. I believe his name was Kiki Camarena, and he was kidnapped, taken to some sort of house, and he was tortured for days. And eventually, I forget how it was released, how who blew the whistle on it, but essentially, one of the guys that was in there torturing him, his name was Felix Rodriguez, who was a CIA officer. He was actually the CIA officer who was responsible for the capture of Che Guevara, I believe.
There's a weird connection between that, the Bay of Pigs, Cuba.
Bay of Pigs, yeah.
There was, and again, this is Cuban intelligence, CIA operations all over Mexico. This has been going on for decades. But that specific case is interesting because to this day, we just saw the recent recapture and arrest of Caro Quintero, who was one of the guys who was fingered for that.
Yes. And he was when they interviewed him, they brought him in front of the media or some sort of thing after that. He was just sort of like laughing and joking with everybody.
He was a scapegoat. He's like, fuck you guys, I'll be out here in 2 months. Now, he got arrested for it. That was pinned on him. He was never extradited, which should be something that people should look into. He was freed under weird circumstances, then made a run for it again. Then he was placed on the most wanted list by the U.S. Recently, and then he was arrested again. Some people say he was betrayed, but he's never going to be extradited to the United States. I don't think. So they should, I wonder why that is. What is I don't know. But the interesting thing is that it was all pinned on him. Like the U.S. government has always considered him to be the responsible guy as far as that murder, that torture and murder that he come out. There's a lot of questions. There's a lot of, again, the whole aspect of corruption only being on the Mexican side, or shady stuff being on the Mexican side. I was getting a kick out of the comment section when I post something about Mexico. I recently posted about this woman assassinated one of the ladies that led one of these let's find our children groups, basically. And the phenomenon that's been happening across the country where women organize themselves and parents of people are missing organize themselves to go and find their kids by trying to find us in graves, knock on doors, basically doing the job that police don't do that. Either don't care or overwhelmed or whatever. And she was assassinated outside of the house. Two guys on the motorcycle came in and shot her. And she's going to try and do something that will kill this way. Now, you see this, and in the comment section, like, wow, the U.S. should get involved. Or we should send, I don't know, some sort of intervention, I guess, is what people think about. And I asked, like, what is the public sentiment as far as U.S. intervention in Mexico? Feel like, right now? Yeah. Nobody wants it. It's, I feel like the U.S. is responsible. A lot of them Mexicans don't view the U.S. as an innocent party or a savior of any sort. They see your foreign policy, they see the U.S. as foreign policy. History recently was not good.
So how come it's the guy like Caro Quintero, but we have El Chapo? How did we get El Chapo? And why do you think we were able to get El Chapo?
Well, Chapo wasn't, I don't know, people paint him as this major leader of the Sinaloa cartel, which he wasn't. He was a member in the leadership part of that federation of cartels. The Sinaloa cartel basically a federation of other smaller cartels that are all allied themselves and are based out of Sinaloa. he was arrested and paraded in front of the press as the man, you know.
The head honcho, everyone thinks of him as the boss.
Which is, you know, it probably was beneficial for the government at that time in Mexico to parade him as that, and also for the U.S. government to kind of put their drug war policy. I was like, oh, look at this success. We just arrested this guy. But nothing changed, you know. Drug prices remained stable, you know. There was no, oh no, there's a shortage of cocaine in the United States now because we arrested this major kingpin. Nothing changed. Why was he caught? He was caught because he was, I think, this is my theory. I don't know if it's true or not, but you know, you saw his arrest after his meeting with and Captain Castillo, who's a Mexican telenovela star, you know. And I think that conversation or whatever was happening at that point as far as the Chapo's intentions were to put his story or his narrative out to people and utilizing Hollywood for it. And whatever he was going to say about that was probably not something that people wanted to point out there. That's my theory. I don't know if it's true or not. But you saw his capture pretty soon after.
I know somebody got scared that he was going to put his.
He was talking to content, you know. Hey, that's, you know. He wasn't arrested by the Mexican military, by the way. That's another misconception about it, which is there was a raid on some of the safe houses that he was at by the Mexican Marines, but he escaped, and he was stopped a few miles away by federal road police. That's who he was arrested. He was stopped by two federal cops near the area where the raid happened. He was with his head bodyguard covered in mud because they went through some sewer tunnels to get to a road outside. They carjacked somebody and took his car, and then he was stopped by these federal road cops. And then the Marines were. Right? So again, narrative is really important in Mexico, and how to construct that narrative as far as who arrested him. So you see the military parading him around, you know, they're dressing well and they're parading him around, and you arrest him. There's a lot of stuff that happens around that the narrative has to be controlled. And who's seen as the victor, who's seen as the guy the group that was specifically involved in arresting him. It has to be the military, you know, because that is a narrative. So that's on the other side of it. You know, there's a lot of narrative influences as far as the cartel and what's happening around there. But it's also the military is also doing its own narrative influence in Mexico.
Who is El Mayo Zambada, and how important is he to the Sinaloa cartel? And how is what is his relationship?
So what I know about it, and again, I'm a street level guy. I worked on the streets in Baja as an agent, and then a few other parts of the country, specifically Baja. And what I hear about him comes from people out there working in that field. El Zambada was somebody that learned his trade craft as far as how to move traffic and figure out drug routes all the way from Colombia up into the United States. He learned his craft in that time, not in So a lot of people want to think of the Sinaloa cartel as a Mexican creation or virgin or originating itself in Mexico, but actually it started in Los Angeles. So it's a very much an American origins. Through his relationship with somebody that was by marriage linked to him. I think a Cuban, if I don't misremember about it. He learned some of the trade secrets as far as getting contacts, learning how to package, what distributors in the U.S. to get to, how to work distribution in the U.S. and how to finance and figure these things out. We learned later on, we went back to and started setting up some of this network from Mexico and started figuring out how to get people involved. He's never been arrested. The pictures we have of him are probably almost a decade old now. An interview he himself had a passport with a magazine called ROTHSCHILD down in Mexico.
Did you say he asked for it?
Yeah, he asked to be interviewed by somebody from that magazine who wanted to talk about some things that were being said about him, I guess. But he's in the shadows. He's a shadowy figure. You don't hear a lot about him.
That's interesting. That most people have never heard of him.
Well, it's I think now a lot of people have heard his name through his son being arrested in the U.S. His son was not arrested in the U.S. He was arrested in Mexico but extradited to the U.S. And there's a very amazing book written by a reporter on Rabbi, that's a clear name. That basically an interview with his son, the son of a Mayo Santana, and his experience in that family and the whole process, how he became involved in that business and how that business is, relates to a lot of the corruption, not only in Mexico, but on the U.S. side. There's this whole story about that. Ask her on. She's somebody to talk to. But yeah, there's an interesting aspect that he's never been arrested and that not a lot of people know about.
What ended up happening to his son?
I think he turned state witness, I guess. So that's at least what you gather from some of the stuff that he talks about in that book. It was probably in some sort of protective custody somewhere, probably. But I don't know. But yeah, it's interesting that we don't hear a lot about it. And it's there's some aspects of some of these criminal groups down there. The Chapo was one of those where I think they turn into some of kind of celebrity figures. Chapo escaped from captivity a few times in a very dramatic way. One of them, he was probably let out by the prison guards. There's a story about him being in a laundry cart and stuff like that, which again I think is completely BS. That the government kind of said to not be embarrassed. He was probably let out of that prison. And then, the other one was a drug tunnel that was dug underneath the prison that he was at, and he was kept on the ground level for some insane reason. And if you see the drug tunnel is shaped like that. It's like you see some of the drug tunnels underneath the border, they're shaped the same way. So why are they shaped like that? It's the quickest way and more the most stabilized way to create a tunnel in a hurry, without having to do a shaft with a support beam on it. And you make something that is shaped like that.
Interesting.
And that was probably made by some of the same people that make the tunnels that cut across the border as the going theory.
It was wild seeing the video that Vice did on that tunnel. Like there was electricity throughout the whole thing with lights.
It was a major operation. It cost a lot of money, and all the people that were working at jail,
They had to have been complicit.
But you can see his celebrity or his almost legendary status kind of go from all these experts he did. And it also tells you a lot about sentiment in Mexico. How people that are working for the government are vilified because of all these major issues with trust and the violation of trust and corruption. I understand that aspect of it. I'm considered a villain because of where I work. Even though I despise and say a bunch of shit about the government I used to work. But I was still an agent in Mexico, policia. So that means all of us are corrupt and all of us are evil. But on the other side of it, you see the Netflix series where the romanticized version of cartel members who are Robin Hood characters almost in all these cases and romanticized. And you see, you know,
Why do you think that is? Why do you think American culture is so fascinated by cartel lore and cartel and drug stories?
it's a Robin Hood. You know, you can't help but root for the robber in these cases. It's a Robin Hood figure. I guess one of the oldest examples I think Mexico has of this kind of phenomenon is rooting for the I won't say bad guys because I think Mexico is beyond good and bad. There's devils on both sides. But one of the first cases of this Robin Hood type sentiment was a guy that later on turned into the saint of cartel of traffic. Malver, Jesus Malver. Because Malver was a folk in Mexico that came out of Sinaloa. You see him depicted as a man well dressed with a mustache, usually carrying around money bags or weed on the bottom of them, such as this statue that they have. They call him a template, a template called a colgadito, or the hanging saint, basically. He was a bandit that lived in the state of Sinaloa back when, turn of the century. Rich landowners used some of the rural roads to go in and out of the area. And he would rob them, just like Robin Hood did, he would rob them, and he was known hard to get, he would know his ways around the rural areas, so he would escape these government troops that were after him. He became legendary bandits. Eventually, the government got tired of his shit. He tried to rob a rich landowner somewhere out there, and he got shot in the process and wounded. He hit himself on the hill. He knew he was going to die, so he told one of his friends to basically turn him in. I think I remember the clearly with any gold coin reward on him and gold coins for him. So he said to his friend, when you turn me in, you get the money, give it to the town people. And so that's the legend. He was caught. He was hung. There was an order for him not to be buried. They just let him off. Eventually, his bones made it to the ground, and the townspeople, one by one, put a rock over his remains. There was a mound of rocks there. People started praying to his anima sola, which is basically this soul that's stuck in purgatory, which I believe that a lot of Catholics have. So you people that died unjustly like that as a link or as a way to ask for favor or ask for intervention. So he started granting miracles. And there's a big shrine to him in Sinaloa. And you go there and you'll see pictures of some of these traffickers in the U.S. with their big trucks and their big houses, and like, thank you, my brother, for granting me this miracle, I think that is an interesting aspect of the psyche in Mexico, this almost rebellion against authority or government that we have in us. And specifically higher in places where people don't have a lot of opportunities. The reason why some of these criminal groups are so large and so powerful in Mexico is because we have a lot of youth. We have a lot of expendable youth bodies that have absolutely no opportunities other than going to work. Some of these criminal groups.
Right. So they start working for cartels as young as like 11 or 12.
Yeah, you can work them in the fields, and then they turn into a corner. You'll see 13, 14-year-olds with a cell phone and a radio on the rooftop. And their eyes and ears. There's no way you can get close to any of these towns that are cartel controlled without them spotting you from a mile away. You'll get some of them will be able to ride a motorcycle and other following around military convoys in the city so they can report back to all their movements. And then you'll get an AK and you'll be in back of a truck. And you'll get a gun and you'll get tasked with going to shoot somebody. This is, and the dream they used to have was through music. You would hear about the exploits of this guy, this cartel guy. You would hear corrido about this guy. You would hear stories about this other guy. You would see a Mexican being movie in VHS about so and so, and you would get inspired. But now we have Narcos Mexico. Now we have a bunch of these online series related to them. Now we have TikTok, now we have Instagram, now we have a lot of things that will give us a good view for window into some of these lifestyles. And I'm like, I want to do that. That's the way to get out. That's the way to give my family what I didn't have. This is the way, I guess. This is the lottery ticket. Although
It's like the easiest way to get out of poverty, right?
I mean, it's the way, it's the way. There's no other options. In some places in Mexico, there's no other option. So,
Where you were born in Tijuana, were you raised as a child there, or wherever you were?
Tijuana, Tecate. So basically, those two municipalities that are joined. We had a ranch with a pig farm on it. So I would go back and forth between the city and this pig farm area.
Is there like a key moment you can remember or reflect on in your life where you ever made a choice to go in that direction, or where you had a choice to enter that world?
Yeah, I mean, again, when I was my teenage years were in the late '90s in Tijuana, where the whole narco-junior phenomenon was happening in that part of the world. Narco-junior was basically middle-class kids being brought into cartel activities. I think at that time the ROTHSCHILD cartel was the main cartel in that area. So they were basically doing Tijuana was thriving. It had poverty in it, but it also had a very big middle class population. And it saw in this middle class population opportunities for them to infiltrate regular industry, to utilize some of the sons and kids that some of these families that are well off to gain entry into industry, gain entry into transport, gain entry into means of moving across the border to regulate their legal means by utilizing transport companies and stuff like that. So, I saw friends of mine in that time frame that went off to work for some of these criminals and saw them go from not being able to. I was a skateboarder back then, that was my thing. When I played in the punk band, I think a lot of that mentality that I got from that culture kept me out of it. But some of my friends left that behind, and some of my friends were never part of that whole counterculture type of thing. So I saw them go from driving around a beat up Hyundai Excel to then showing up in a Ram, Dodge Ram, brand new Dodge Ram, Sporter one with blue and a stripe going down the middle of it, and then showing you their acres, at the sweet party.
What about the old school lightnings?
Yeah.
The old school lightnings.
Yeah, I mean, you would see these guys go from nothing to everything, and they would come and like, hey, check this out. And I'm standing there wearing Dickies, wearing Airwalks, my blind skateboard, its tails were all worn down because I've been riding around all this time. Independent stuff. So people know that I'm just talking about my board. But I'm sitting there holding this, and these guys show up, and they walk out of the car wearing Italian stuff on them, clothing and boots, and flashy, money everywhere, and women are there, and it's like a fucking nightmare. You have these moments like, where am I going? But there was a specific place that you could hang out. It was a straight street, and everybody on that street, all the kids went to work in that industry, And I remember when I was acting, it almost became like this list that I would put down, because I kept finding them in murder executed scenes. A lot of these kids that I remember from that time, all of a sudden are found in pieces over here. There's another kid that's found dead over there. Their houses were fucking raided and burned. You know, and you saw this whole generation of people just get eaten. That's just it was one night when we found 12 kids ranging from 17 to 28, just tied up, beaten, tortured, and strangled and shot somewhere in one night. 12. And going through and looking at them and seeing, I think I know some of our other guys that were there, like, I think I know him. And we were kids, you know, and they were all part of this machine that was trying to gain control of that part of the country, to control the port of entry into the largest drug market on the planet, the scalpel. And that's why we're there.
Do you see an end to this in the future, like even in this long-term future, or are cartels forever just going to be a part of Mexico?
That's an interesting question, and that's something that I'm talking about. Consider, like, people talk about full legalization or decriminalization of some of these substances across the board. There was a moment and a time when some of these criminal groups only focused on moving narcotics across the board. And we found single cartel activity all the way in Europe and Northern Africa, Southeast Asia. You know, they're everywhere. You know, it was a time and place when that was the only means of money making. But now there are local drug markets, giant local drug markets in Mexico as well. So you can decriminalize things in the United States, but that's not going to end anything in Mexico. So that's an aspect of it that is no longer just like Mexico is no longer just a blood route. It's also a giant drug market, so that is feeding a lot of the country. So unless it's going to be a regional invasion of narcotics of all kinds to regulate that, that's not going to be an issue. We already saw the legalization of marijuana in certain parts of the United States, and all that did is it turned marijuana fields into poppy fields. That's what happened. So they just shifted or adapted. And the reason why they started putting fentanyl in the marijuana, in the poppy, in the heroin, was that a lot of these places where they were planting these poppy fields were already leached as far as nutrients. And they didn't, that wasn't their industry. So the potency of this lighter colored heroin is low. So, you know, this is kind of legalization of pot in places like California was kind of around the same time that the prescription opiate epidemic was ending, was kind of petering out in the United States. So it was like a perfect storm. You know, you started seeing these marijuana fields now turn into poppy fields, and people started putting, you know, an extra kick of fentanyl into the heroin, and it became a problem.
Fentanyl cheaper.
Yeah, I mean it's time dependent. So during COVID, it was not cheap because they shut down. Although a single cartel was the one that was getting most of it. I think there was a case of single cartel actually smuggling some of the fentanyl from the US into Mexico to load drugs. But it definitely gave it a kick, you know? I mean, as far as whatever potency heroin had coming from down there, you had a fentanyl
and not only drugs, but isn't the cartel also involved in like lots of other main industries? Like, you know, like you have a Ford factory down there. Isn't the cartel somehow like doing
any major industry in Mexico is either in some way, shape, or form financed and criminally surrounded by paid protection schemes, by racketeering, rackets related to robberies inside of some of the mining industry, for example. And by feeding some of the drug habits and communities around some of these industries. They have their hand in feeding that. They have their hands in regular industry. There's been a few tequila companies that later were found out to be owned and operated by families that are attached. Somebody's going to rent 5 kids. So, yeah. I mean, it's the interconnectivity of the United States and Mexico as far as all of these illicit activities, the whole aspect or concept that Americans have of this is a problem that is out all the way out there in Mexico. It doesn't touch us.
It's like I think about, is there a time in the future where like the cartel could just evolve into this now the government? Like,
well, that's what some of these leaks have.
we're going to start making our own rules. Like we're going to develop our new constitution of the cartel.
The reason why you're seeing so many political candidates being assassinated in Mexico right now is because that's what they're already doing. You know, they already have their candidates. They already have their governor. You think the governor of Sinaloa can be the governor of Sinaloa? The Sinaloa cartel saying that he's going to be the governor of Sinaloa.
I would bet no.
So that's an example. That's an example of that. And the Mexican military doesn't work with the Marine, with the Mexican Marines. You know, they don't work together. So they don't trust each other. So if members of the federal government don't trust each other in that way to work together and together, something's at a very high level wrong with race. And they themselves are admitting that they are compromised in a way. So when you ask if the cartels will one day govern, they're already in a way, criminal groups are already in a way governing large segments of Mexico today. It's already happened.
Because one of the presidents labeled them terrorist organizations, right?
So I think the people will think back on Trump talking about the fact that these groups would be labeled, and the possibility of labeling cartel organizations as terrorism. And this happened after the massacre of Mexican-American Mormons in Sonora. There was a massacre of this family in Sonora. Now, there's a bunch of stories out there as far as if they were involved in cartel activities or not, if they had some sort of connection to any of that. Conspiracy theories about out there as far as that. I'm not going to say exactly what the motives were. I know that it was a bunch of women and children in cars that were basically shot and burned alive. You know? That's what I know. I know that they were Mexican American. They had American passports and Mexican nationality. So they had both nationalities. When that happened, there was also this surge of the migrant caravans going on as well. And this was at the beginning of the Trump administration's efforts, and also we had a new leftist president in Mexico who was utilizing all the anti-American sentiment.
Lopez?
Yeah. He was utilizing a lot of the anti-American sentiment that Trump himself used as a political pressure point. So when the migrant caravan happened and all these people moved to the country towards the border, Trump was trying to figure out a way to pressure the Mexican government to reinforce its own southern border. And one of the ways that he put political pressure on me was to put this threat out as far as the United States labeling cartel organizations as terrorist organizations, which never happened. It just made the threat. You know, it was used as a political pressure.
Now, what does that mean? Cartels as terrorists.
It means that anybody supporting them, relating to them, harboring them, working with them, financing them, moving their money, or anything of that nature would now be fair game for the U.S. military to go after. I think of Saddam Hussein and what happened in Iraq when that happened, and the battle Iraq had
A lot of resources
and we have most of the mine of the lithium on the planet underneath the same place where all this money is. If you want to talk about resources, Mexico has a lot of resources. Not, I think its main resources is people. You know, But there's also a lot of
I had this conversation with a former CIA agent and I asked him this question. He said the biggest incentive for any country is to improve its GDP, to grow its GDP, revenue, resources, and money.
Yeah.
What will we gain by doing that?
most of the minor voices on the planet.
It is the number one cause of lithium, I think, right?
It's the biggest mine of deposits lithium on the planet, I think. And if you see what's happened to other South American countries that have lithium, that have had regime changes recently in the recent history, you would see some of the influences the United States have had in some of these regime changes. South America is going to the left, and this sentiment against the United States is prevalent throughout Latin America right now. When that threat was of labeling cartels as a terrorist organization, it moved whatever apparatus was there to fortify the southern border, to admit the whole policy that the United States now had as far as them saying, hey, I know you're coming here illegally, you wait in Mexico while you wait your turn, but in Mexico. And the only reason all of that happened was because of some of the political pressure that happened with that threat. Now, think about it. You label cartel organizations terrorist organizations. Now, do they meet that definition of it politically motivated? You see all these political candidates get assassinated,
So yes.
right? Do they have an ideology they want to put forth? Well, they're the heroes in their own story, so there's an ideology there. There's some certain cartel groups and leaders in the past that have actually turned themselves into saints. In some parts of Mexico, in the case of a cartel member, they nicknamed their Mafioso, who turns himself into like a crusader type saint, and needs statues and shrines to himself out there. So there's clearly some of that to be said about some of these organizations. They utilize assassination, murder, torture, and terror-related tactics to further their intentions as far as what they're working on. A lot of the ISIS, how you produce ISIS videos of executions and stuff like that that came out back then were actually influenced by some of the narco blood and executions that the cartels had. So even there was that they've been influencing that type of stuff. Now, I consider that they meet every single definition of that terminology. I don't think they will be labeled that, because that means that the United States will have to fight that battle on both sides of the border. You know, if cartel organizations are labeled a terrorist organization, it means that every industry, government, or people that are harboring, helping, aiding, supplying, all of that will be fair game. And I think there's a lot of that industry and stuff like that in the United States as well. And a lot of it political influence. The U.S. government not being too far-sighted with their foreign policy, specifically in Mexico, is probably fair to say. Yeah.
Iraq and Afghanistan.
So somebody's not telling me, and I don't know a lot about that war, but the fact that you were attacked by a bunch of Saudis and Egyptians, and then he went off and took down the Iraqi government under that. And now looking at it now and seeing the Taliban back in power, that's an interesting. That's an interesting lesson for other countries that are looking to the U.S. for solutions. Like the lesson is learned by the international community, specifically your neighbors down south. Like like Mexico doesn't even want the U.S. and Mexico to intervene or come as a savior. That's not in the mind. That's no longer in the headspace of most people now. Which again is you talk about looking for solutions and stuff like that. It's hard to come up with any sort of solution that doesn't involve a bottom-up transformation of Mexico that includes its people. You know, if you want to talk about true change, I think it comes from a grassroots effort from the people in Mexico. That doesn't include the government, it doesn't include the military in Mexico, because I think these recent weeks of documents have shown that they are completely under-equipped and overwhelmed by this problem.
It seems like if you could just alleviate all the fucking bloodshed and violence and brutality in these cartels, that you could make shit way better. Do you see any sort of way to just fix the problem when it comes to the killing and the murder? Like if you could legitimize them somehow, or give them some sort of power, like, look, stop the killing, stop the murder, let's make this work. Keep the cartels, lose the death.
It's interesting that the drug war that was kicked off by this President Felipe Calderon chopped off the heads of certain leadership in some of these criminal groups, which basically meant now one group is to this group over here now has a vested interest in attacking this man, so they're basically taking a bee out and not having a bee seat on. Basically, the analogy that I want to give it. I think whatever options we have had as pacification or I don't know what to call it, are gone. Since these groups are fractured, like single cartels are fractured entities, and they have killings going on between their members. You see places like Baja, Tijuana specifically, where you have one side fighting the other for control of the local drug market. Most of the murders that happen in Tijuana are related to local drug sales. So they're serving each other's sales points, people, right? And then you see some of these criminal groups that are no longer able to maintain their organization to traffic money, so they start going into local extortion, going into abduction finance, going into people traffic, and going into other type of things and making worse and worse and worse. The situation is worse. And all we have to combat that is the government that is in complete denial about the fact that every 5 years, 6 years, where a president comes in, all the stuff that was done before gets completely discarded, even if it was successful. And all that is bad. Nowhere do you get used for. An example of first president was the government. Yeah, I'm not to the left or the right politically, but when people want to say that I am to the right or something like that, I want to smoke a joint and take mushrooms at my feet.
I'm the definition of half man, half drugs. Half the club, bad boy, that's the song. Half the drugs, but who's the dreams ain't laughing much. Woo! What the butt, big thing. Check the hit list. This shit, not change, but the name. You're still here. You're rocking with the best. Don't worry if I write rhymes, I write checks. Who's the boss? Dudes is lost. Don't think because I'm iced out, I'm a cool rock. And it was not me. Trust me. Get it right, dog. We ain't never left. It's silence. It's just this shit. I can survive, but I've been through it. Y'all got drawn, but the saga continues. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. We can't be stopped now. Cause it's bad boys for life. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. We can't be stopped now. Just bad boys for life.
Horrible job in covering Mexico, and it's clear now because of the complete disdain that the populace has towards them. They have no political candidates that's going to rival anything that they're look us over there is going to put torch as far as the next person that's coming into the presidency in the next 2 years. So, but the main thing that the current administration does is criticize the right for the family and the drug war, criminals, the drug cartels, and all these things. And they're doing exactly the same thing that we have administrations have done, which is basically militarize the police or militarize the counter-cartel activity. Go into a fragmented effort against all cartel organizations out there, favoring some, not favoring others. And the main thing they promised was to create a civilian police, federal police organization across the country, which they didn't. They basically changed the uniform of the military from green to white camouflage and put a military member in charge of this new police group, which now the federal police is gone. All these guys who have a lot of training, a lot of narcotics operational skills and skills are gone. Where are they? This mass of people that work for that institution. Where are their skills? They probably had worked somewhere else, right? A lot of these criminal organizations are recruiting somewhere else, so they're probably somewhere currently working against our best interest. So where are they? And this is basically us shooting ourselves in the foot. When I left the job where I worked, the same thing happened. The group that I worked with, and some of the people in leadership that I worked with, did an amazing job in Baja. We took Tijuana specifically after the most dangerous city on the planet. With the work that not only we did, but some of the local government did. We were given a clean slate to try and figure that out. And when that ended, political violence came into power and everything was vilified and demonized, and all of us were out of the village. Right? Because there's a case of systemic amnesia that happens every 5 years. So it's going to happen again. Things are really bad right now, as far as control that some of these organizations have over vast amounts of the population. The leaks that just came out, these Guacamaya leaks that just came out, that basically put bare all of the mistakes that this administration has had and also past administrations have had. How it taints all of the hands, from Felipe Calderon to the current administration. How the military is completely under-prepared and ill-equipped to fight this problem, and how they're holding on to the responsibility and the power that was given to them by letting them go out of their barracks and do this stuff on the streets to try and gain control of it. We just had some legislation passed that's going to put them on the streets in 5 more years. Because they were trying to be put back into the military barracks. Now they're involved in creating hospitals, creating airports, trains. They're trying to create this whole. They're involved in all this infrastructure, of course, down there, which is making a lot of people some money. So you see all of this systemic problem basically cycling, and people are fighting as far as political left and political right. And there's the same problem, it's just repeating itself, just under a different banner. So,
Sounds just like the United States, but with different issues.
Yeah, that division is what it is.
You never explained what were you doing specifically in Baja?
I was a member of a state organization. That started as a state organization. Basically, it's an attempt in Baja to Americanize police forces, to modern police force that they attempted to create. It was successful in some of the cases in the initial efforts of it. We were put through FBI background checks, checks for financial house visits, put through a paramilitary style training regiment. And we would basically use the tip of the spear basically to work against some of these cartel organizations in the area. When I started, the federal police were soldiers dressed in gray, and they would ride around in the back of the truck with us. It's funny now that the soldiers are dressed in white, and the same thing happens. And so I was part of that organization for 12 years. I did a lot of stuff in that organization, from working in conjunction with federal agencies, the military. Sometimes I would get embedded with military units because they didn't know their way around. Because the way the military works in Mexico, if you join the military in one part of the country, they send you to another. So sometimes these specialized military units were doing kind of narcotic operations, cartel operations, but they didn't know their way around. So we would have to have us as guys in some of these areas. So I worked with some of these mixed groups, basically doing some of these jobs in that area. Not just in Baja, I worked in other parts of the country. And also the U.S. I got to do a lot of executive protection and bodyguarding with some high-level people, including the governor of Baja. And actually got to work here in the United States protecting him and his family. So that's another aspect of some of the work that I did. That led me to get exposed to the American military training. We did some time in Coronado to train with some people in NSW and NCIS. So I remember getting this feeling and this taste of what we could do as law enforcement and what the military could turn into if we had the backing of our government and if we had the confidence and faith of the people. And, so I did that for 12 years until it became staying with me. What I mean by that is I could no longer do that job without being compromised as far as that person. I was never on the take in any way, shape, or form. And people that doubt that, I currently have a contract with the federal government. They looked at my background before I could get interviews. So I trained with federal agents in the United States, didn't have that. And I left that job with nothing, basically. There was a moment when I was basically brought into the office after most of that situation was ending, and I was offered either to work for a team or not, and I just resigned. And I had the opportunity that not a lot of people have of coming to the United States through marriage. I married an American, came to the United States. I'd never envisioned myself coming to the United States and living here. I was married for a few years down there, and our plan was to live in Mexico. It's not expensive. We figure it out. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine I was going to leave that job alive or not just do that for the rest of my life. But it became less and less sustainable until it just became corrupted at the highest level. And when I was up here going through my immigration process and finally finalizing that, I remember seeing the arrest of Martin Garcia, the guy that was head of counter cartel operations for the federal government when I was active. And he's up here in the United States on cartel charges. And this is somebody that was rewarded the FBI recognition, and the government was saying, this is the best guy out there. He was the guy that was in charge of overseeing the organizations that would keep us honest, the people that would go put us through polygraph examinations every year, or something would happen, or evaluate us and investigate all of us. All of a sudden, this is our boss, and now these are under arrest.
How many times did you use and what are their tactics? They try to blackmail, leverage. What do they do?
Two other people that are working in the same organization. You basically you'll get approached by people inside, and there's a cultural message of you don't want to tell on people, and it is understood that there's people in there that they're on the take, and people that are not on the take. So you just work with nice cars and nice houses. So yeah, people suddenly get a giant house and you arrive at work in a Hummer H2. There's people out there that listen to this that work with me, and they're not going to let me lie about this. There was a guy showed up to work one day in a yellow Hummer H2. And everybody there was later let go of the job and some shit and arrested and all this type of stuff. But at that time, I was working for as a bodyguard for one of the directors of the group that I used to work with. And I remember him looking out the window. He looked back at me. I was driving around a Sunfire.
Yeah. I know what car you're talking about.
Yeah, car. Yeah, but that's what I could afford on that salary. So I could ride in a car. You know, I was basically driving a loaner car. It was my brother's car. He loaned me that car and his truck was all fucked up. This guy just shows up in his car. It happened, right? Or just getting, we would change our phone numbers every now and then, just to, for security. And my phone would always get, somebody would call me and threaten the people that I was working with. Hey, tell your boss that they're going to fucking die. Who's that? Our information, our emergency contact numbers and personal information. Found in photocopy form at a safe house somewhere, and all of us having to get a call and hey, your information was found somewhere. Do everything around. It was a constant thing. And also, there was a lot of cases where you would approach people and they were clearly more of them than there were of us. And you would have to just, stand down or stand up. Or getting a call from high up and say, wherever you're going to, don't go. Okay? There was a lot of that.
What was the guy thinking that would show up like the guy driving an H2? Like, he must have known that everybody, it was obvious, right?
When that happened, I remember everyone was like, I saw it. But it was a weird moment in the institution's time where we didn't have a lot of backing. We didn't have a lot of people basically looking out for everybody's interests. We kind of compartmentalized, and these guys were doing what they were doing, these guys were doing what they were doing. It was true throughout my time, where we had people that we recognized who was cool to work with and who was not doing shit, and we recognized who wasn't. There was a very influential man that came in leadership during some time when I was there. His name's Lieutenant Colonel Rabbi, very famous character in Mexico. One of the most famous lawmen in Mexico, basically. Yeah, documentary on Incorruptible. Sorry. He's there out there. Probably going to talk to him pretty soon. He came out of the military. He came out of the war college. Amazing. We talk about superhero characters like these men that are supernatural. That has to be one of them. The first time I met him, he came to Tijuana to take control of the institution. And the guy that was working with the bodyguard said, I'm going to drive him around. So I go over and introduce myself. He looks at me, he looks at my equipment, he looks at all the stuff. He looks at my firearm, things that are on it. And he says, who got you this equipment? I did. How'd you pay for it? My salary. Do you like this job? Yeah. What don't you like about it? I wish we had more support. I wish we had more training. I wish we had more equipment. And I wish we had better fire. And he just nodded. And then I got into a car with him. Started touring Tijuana the first time. Exactly. he would walk out of the car straight into and I was supposed to be guarding him. It's very intense.
What kind of shit would you want?
But I'll tell him to stop somewhere and sit around and just move off. He was like, who you with? This man was fear. He was fierce. That's every assessment. Like this type of poison.
Well, that's something that, like, when you walk into situations like that, like you explained him walking into the cartel guys and these fears, is that something that they can sniff out or they sense people's fear and they take advantage of that?
Yeah, I mean, they sense that people, not being too sure about what they were doing. They're like, oh, who are these guys? Are they who they say they are? Who are they calling? Who did they call it? Before we stopped them. You're watching their backs. You would stop some suspicious people, and you would have to put people on the side of the road holding like ways in case you would get ambushed by somebody trying to rescue him or something like that. But he changed a lot of the way we operate. He basically turned us into a counterinsurgency in a lot of ways. He started developing these nucleuses or cells of people that would move around the city at all hours of the night and operate. So nobody knew what was going on. We just move around the city. And we would keep some of these groups on edge. What are these guys talking? What do they know that we don't know? He got a better fire. I remember we had one in R-15 in 223 and one in 9mm in the army. And that's what we would roll with every night. Some of the cells that I would work with at night, that's what we had as far as to arm ourselves. We were moving 5, 6 strong groups, and all of a sudden, all of us were carrying around G3 assault rifles and G36s, and we had the full backing of the military, and now we were the thing to be feared, and we were operating very much almost again counter-insurgency against some of these groups, and we had the backing of the government at that time, so they were pretty behind the efforts. We changed a lot of stuff, and we changed a lot of it. I think that's one. I remember the first thing that I kind of noticed is that he had a selection process as far as who was going to be in charge, and he put standards in front of us. So it was no longer to be new or to the compadre or required if you wanted to be leadership. And I had to prove yourself. It didn't last though. It lasted a few years, and he was moved. He did some great work in Tijuana. He was a police chief of the Tijuana Police Department for a while as well. He was the one that disarmed the whole of the police department. I believe Tijuana was basically without a police force for a few weeks because of it.
How do you have that?
He's like the military. He surrounded them with the military. He's like, give the guns up. Specifically, we wanted those guns to go to forensics because a lot of them are being utilized as murder weapons because a lot of the police department in Tijuana was on the take. Not only the take, but they would utilize the cartel forces to regularize the home hits. He did such a good job that he was then sent by the federal government to take leadership of the police of Tijuana, and he did the same thing. He lowered the violence output with the same approach he took in Tijuana. All things change. Amnesia comes in. So he was on his way out of Juarez, and he was with one of his kids, and he was shot in the back. And his last assassination attempt. And last the use of his weapons. When that happened, all of us were like, the people that knew him and worked with him, and it was kind of hard. But then he came back. He came back with a vengeance, and he politicized. He wanted to be a municipal president of Tijuana. He made the run on the office 3 times now.
And you just gotta lock in.
Yeah,
And you gotta learn
I
how
held
to
a
lock in.
political
It takes
rally
like
for him
10 years.
at
It
his
takes
family's
10 years
house.
of eating
Where's he
shit.
live now?
He's around.
Bombing,
Is he-
traveling
He's in
around,
Mexico, but
He's
opening
in
up
Mexico.
people,
Yeah, but he's it's hard to
barely
find.
getting by.
Right.
That's the same thing with
Uh,
music. Look at the 10
But
year
he's
deal.
if there's anybody that people should look at as far as like,
I think it's probably
I
almost
think Mexico's the last for it because
Anything you
there's
dedicate
nobody out there to
yourself
trust
to,
or nobody out there to kind of look at.
You like Noam Chomsky?
They should look
Yeah,
at him.
sure.
I think
You
he's
ever seen
what
Noam
things
Chomsky?
as far as the leader
Let's
in
jump to that.
Mexico right now.
Stop talking.
Yeah,
He's
he's popping off,
certainly
baby.
choosing himself as a leader as far as some of these problems that we got in Mexico.
People to be
But he's also
isolated, quarantined, taken away from society.
there's a reason that it's like
Take this fucking experimental shit.
took
I haven't kept up with him in recent
back
years.
to reason why we tried
People, unfortunately, also he's an academic, so academics.
What
tend
was
to
the
trust
most
experts in
optimistic
whatever
point
field
of
they're
your
in.
career?
And if he doesn't
Working in Mexico,
understand, like,
doing
he
this
has
stuff,
a deep
working on these
understanding
counter narcotics operations, or what was like the most successful point in your career where you thought like I'm working for something that's greater than me that can actually fix this country? And then at what point did you
politics or compromise. I
I
don't think he applied that same
remember
skepticism
this,
towards the pharmaceutical industrial complex, which is strange.
it was almost a joke every night as far as how much bodies we found.
And they trust
Like
experts.
every
If he,
night
you know,
there's
he's got
3 or
experts that are
5
academics, and he trusts them.
12
And also, he's old.
shootouts in the middle of the
People
day.
get real scared of diseases. They get real scared because they know how fucking vulnerable they are.
I remember coming to this point
Craziest reaction to COVID.
during
Terrified.
some of the time that I was actually working as a bodyguard for the government of Ghana towards the end,
Person and stuff they didn't want to hear.
where I was sent to the police academy for
This is
retraining.
what they're telling you.
And during that retraining process that we got, we were basically told to tone it down a bit.
They've been sold
They said
so
your militaristic
That's
approach
what's real crazy. When I
or
felt
this
that,
sense that
I
you're still in
learned so
this
much during the pandemic.
war doing this job you used to do
I didn't
is
even
not
I'm
what
so
we need
naive.
anymore.
I didn't
We
even
need more
realize that
community policing.
the hospitals are
So you
privately
need to
owned.
chill out.
I thought these were
And then
things
we
set
were
up
showing
by
some
the
of the
government
numbers
to
on
make sure
how
that people can get healed.
the
I thought it
state
was all
itself
about
was
making
actually
people better, and it's like,
more peaceful than it was a few years back.
they're owned by like a
And how
religious organization.
some of the work that we did made a difference and how we were told to chill out.
Just fucking shuffling people in and out,
So
trying to prescribe
murders
as
were
many
done.
things, and they're
And
financially incentivized to prescribe
some of
things.
these things kind of pacified,
And then
calm
they
down.
have extreme
One I was no
overhead
longer
because
on the
they have
most dangerous
liability
city for some time.
insurance, and their student loan debt, and they have, you know,
And
high
I
overhead.
had like I was like I had this moment of well,
Bernie Sanders when you need him.
like war.
Well, no, see, so I had open heart surgery right here in Austin.
But then you know, then it came back with a vengeance, and it's been back for a few years now. People forget there's a short memory in Mexico, I guess. And what was done correctly for a while was forgotten or suppressed or pacified. You know, they saw no wolves, so they shot all the guard dogs, basically, is what I kind of got gathered from the political efforts on when I was coming out of that experience. And it was, whatever was successful wasn't popular anymore because it represented passive administration.
What was it like leaving? Was it difficult to get out of there?
Yeah, I mean, I've invested my 20s to it, my life, my body to it. You know, there's a few teeth missing. My nose is a pretty good example of some of the shit that went on as far as that work. Some of the shit I saw is transformative, you know. I had this notion that I could die in that job, you know. I didn't think I was going to live to see 30. But I was okay with it, you know, because I was doing something. felt like they were doing something. And for people that are involved in the military or that do work like that in the world, it's never about the politics behind it. The people that went to Afghanistan, especially in the cities of that whole conflict and stuff like that, they're not worried about the politics. They were worried about the people that were there with them. They were worried about things mattering, life and death, shit mattering at that moment when they were there. So that was similar for me. I wasn't in the false line. I was where I was where he was. So it really mattered to me. And I was worried about the people that I was with. I was worried about some of the people that I was going to leave behind. When I was in a command position, I had a few people go to school because of the influence that I had. So I left a few lawyers and a few psychologists came out of the careers, came out of the time that I was in command. So I left it a better place in a lot of ways. I had a lot invested in it. And all of a sudden I find myself in a place where I'm being told to either work for one side or the other. And there's no backing anymore. Like all the people that I mentored under were gone, not in a command position. Some of the politicians that I worked with are gone. It's a different place. So I just make it sorry for them. It wasn't me. It was, I felt sort of abandonment by the people that were behind me at that time. And also betrayal from the government that I gave so much to. And I was in this position where I had nobody to look to. I'm still waiting for my severance pay. They never paid me when I left the job. I asked for a license, basically, to leave the job and come back to it after I did some things because I was under pressure. I had a lot of shit going on. I wasn't doing it. So it was one of those moments where, fuck it. I'm not just fucking. You risked everything. Literally, you risked everything. I had a 2-year-old at this time. No other means of supporting her. And I decided to say, well, it's either me being dead and getting life insurance policy, or me being alive and struggling with figuring it out. So, I had a lot of threats when I left. Like, why do you leave? This doesn't make any sense. You have a good salary. You have a category in the police. It's a category there to would have categories as far as your level and how much time you would work there. So I had a good category, had a very good salary. And why do you leave? That's suspicious. You're working. What's going on? All this stuff. I got called, a bunch of calls, threats.
They question your motives, like what you can be doing on your side.
Yeah, I mean, it was odd, I guess, to them, and also suspicious. But I just couldn't continue on. So I left. I found myself in the U.S. During the election of Trump. So that was an easy time. It wasn't easy. It was not easy. Luckily, I had some pretty good people with me. I had friends that I made on the U.S. side during the time after, helping me through some of the process of making my way up here. And I found myself in a place where I was trying to forget or leave that shit behind me. Leave that whole experience behind me. And then finding out that the only bank of the skill that I had was that past behind me, my experience and some of the
That's the one, man. Yeah, that's the one. And on the other side, it says, driven only by the finest.
So I find myself in the U.S. and I find myself in the U.S. without what I thought was no bank of skills. That experience is what I was looked out for. I mean, I started doing classes related to some, so kind of like that, for example. What's your experience like? And I'm like, well, I did 12 years here. And I like, oh, that's an interesting experience. And I just realized that one of the things that I could do as far as changing things was to take that experience and take some of that voice that came from that experience.
And you moved for the first time, right in the beginning of Trump, when he was running for president?
Yes.
How did you meet Joe?
Not so.
That was like right during the time you first went on your show.
Yeah, so.
Like you came straight from here, went straight to the studio.
No, not at all. I was going through my process of basically my immigration process. And I got it. It was very complicated. The thing that made it complicated with the election of Trump is that everybody thought that window was going to close for people. So everybody went after it. So a process that would take 8 months turned into 2 years. I started being involved in going off and training people, specifically people that wanted or needed to know some of the things that I knew about moving and operating in a place like Mexico, just for personal safety, what to carry and not to carry, how to social engineer certain things, and I realized, I have this whole experience space that I know. One of the first companies that hired me in the U.S. was a company called Triple Lot Design. It's a clothing company, but they used to run a trading room based out of San Francisco. Shout out to those people. Great people, great company. And I started doing training, open classes for people basically there, and didn't sell out. And I was like, I'm on to something. But this time as well, I had a blog that I was running, first off Tumblr, then Facebook, and Instagram. And I had a lot of people following since I was active, and I didn't have my name out there. I would just blog about some of the stuff that I would see. So my name started kind of being known out there.
Is that called Ed's Manifesto?
Yeah. So the Ed's Manifesto thing was actually something that came out of my time in Coronado, training with the CIS guys and WP. They would see me write down everything in a little black moleskin notebook, and I said, "What are you writing in your manifesto?" That's where Ed's Manifesto came from. So I started posting a lot about Mexico, and then some of the horrible violence started happening in Mexico again, and it was at a time when social media and people with camera phones and cell phones and videos were more prevalent. And a lot of the people that I used to work with would send me some of this stuff that they would gather directly from the people. So I started sharing some of these things on my social media platforms and talking about it, commenting on it. And that led into me being invited to write for a few magazines and to talk to the news and to be quoted by key news agencies. And then all of a sudden I look at my following and I would see different people on my following that were known. He had Joe Rogan had a guy, an author that talked about cartel activity.
Was it Grillo?
I think it was him. And a lot of people in the comment section said you should have Ed talk about some of these issues. I mean, he was actually working on it. And then he just reached out to it. I got a DM, and then I realized that he'd been following for a while. Not only following, but also kind of like actually legitimately wanting to learn about some of the issues down there. He asked me a bunch of questions, and all of a sudden I found myself in the studio. I did 2 episodes with him, and it was life-changing, to be certain. But specifically for me, all it changed was not more people know about me. But as far as it's changing my life in other ways, I mean, I've been, since I came up here, I've basically been on not only training people, but also learning stuff for myself. Just go out there and train with other people myself to better myself. And I've been on this weird, pilgrimage to try and figure things out as far as my own healing out here, my experience down there, and kind of how to make sense of all of these things.
So, how long has China been an influence in Mexico? And when did you first find out? Was this happening, or were you aware of this happening when you were in Mexico?
Not specifically. I think there was an arrest of a Mexican Chinese national in Mexico, who had a record as far as the amount of money that was found in his house. When she really young, I think, I don't remember clearly, but it was basically somebody who was involved in the pharmaceutical industry in Mexico. Chinese Mexican national. She had over $100 million worth of cash in his house. The stock was about the height of this table. Gold, you know, his house is these giant money pits. And the federal government obviously took this money and disappeared. And he got involved in some sued the Mexican government. There was this whole case around it. But that was the first sign of very public sign of Chinese national involvement in some of these issues related to precursors coming into the country, and what the pipeline might look like as far as some of these products and precursors to create construction in Mexico. And also the proliferation of some of these chemists, Chinese chemists, actually teaching or bringing some of the equipment to Mexico to create some of these substances in Mexico. Some of the first fentanyl production facilities in Mexico were kind of found around that time. The legal administration. So that kind of started being specifically around meth production, not fentanyl, but fentanyl started kind of being back. Meth production in Mexico, and the quality of meth that was produced in Mexico was better than anything that was being produced stateside. The things that inspired probably that series here in the U.S., the Breaking Bad, the whole finding these giant crystal shards that are clear and of quality and then coming from Mexico into the United States. And some of these industrial laboratories in Mexico are popping up. And he was showing them how to create some equipment to make it. And the precursors to make these Chinese sorts. So that's kind of, as far as on my radar, that's when they first kind of started popping up as a player in Mexico.
What is the motive? What do you think the primary motive of developing and helping produce all this up in Mexico and trafficking it around the world? Do you think it's financial motivations, or
there's no criminal enterprise in China that's happening without government.
Right.
There's no Chinese mafia moving fentanyl and having an alliance with Mexican cartels. That doesn't exist. That shouldn't make sense to me.
So it's impossible to have some world organization that's not tied to them.
It's impossible for anything coming in and out of China without the Chinese government knowing about it and not doing anything about stopping it.
Okay.
So that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
So there's a pipeline of fentanyl coming out of China into Mexico and into the United States, to a lot of ports, probably Canada as well. So there's a pipeline of precursors to make methamphetamines and also to make fentanyl coming into Mexico and other parts of the world, specifically Mexico. That is happening under the watchful eye of China. This is produced in laboratories in chemical plants in China. And clearly under supervision of somebody up there. And there's people have gone out there to report on these things. And all you have to do is change the molecule of some of these substances and it turns into something else. There's people out there manufacturing and making these things and kind of circling back and engineering some of these things. But whatever it is, it's coming out of China, Chinese know. They know about it. I don't know if they're making money off it, governments are using it to fund anything. But they know about it and they're not doing anything about it, basically. That's one part of it. Another part of it is basically all the money that's made off some of these processes and some of these trafficking and distribution networks sometimes goes into Chinese money laundering networks and banking networks. 2 years ago, there was news breaking about Chinese banking actually used Chinese money brokers stateside to basically take money from sales and distribution in the United States to go into the Chinese banking system, basically just receiving from the U.S. eyes, and then materializing in Mexico with another money broker down there. So even in that case, there's an involvement as far as moving money and moving funds from one part to another. Now, this is a place where people have social credit. People being watched. There's people that can't move from one part of the country to another. This is a big general area. There's nothing happening in that area. How is it possible for criminal enterprises to be operating completely open and utilizing some of these systems that they're completely supervised and under supervision without the Chinese government knowing about it or knowing what they do with those funds or where those funds come from? They either think there or they are seeing a way to affect this country. And they know that's a pretty interesting thing that's happening with this whole process. It's just not doing anything about it.
Is the United States the biggest country, or is it the most affected by fentanyl deaths? You know?
I don't know about if it's the most affected by fentanyl deaths. I think from what I see, the amount of numbers that have been reported is clear that it's killing a major amount of people.
Some of the arguments I've heard of China trying to specifically disrupt America is that this is happening in a bunch of other countries and nobody's talking about it.
I mean, there's fentanyl deaths in Mexico. There's a giant market in Mexico, but that doesn't matter to Americans, I guess. People dying in Mexico from fentanyl related deaths, but it definitely happens. I don't come from the war college. I'm not somebody that's involved in international geopolitics and war scenarios. But if you wanted to protect the United States in a big way, if you can't attack it directly militarily because you guys have spend more than any other country on the planet as far as the military industrial complex, you attack it indirectly.
Yeah.
And one of the most indirect ways of attacking it is through your youth and influence. I think the fact that the NBA can't say things like Taiwan as a country is mind-blowing to me in this book, to be living through a day and age when the U.S., when the private entity like the NBA can't have its way to say that Taiwan isn't a country, Taiwan's a country. So you talk about the influence and censorship that's going on. So I think they're very much playing as far as influence in this country, and their pipeline as far as fentanyl, and they're completely passive reactions to its banking institutions and monetary systems being utilized to move around. Is just a clear sign that they're not looking out for the customers. I'm sure the United States is doing the same.
Oh, that's just the number of deaths. According to the CDC, 107,000 people died of drug overdoses and drug poisoning in the last 12 months, ending in January 2022. Staggering 67% of those deaths involved synthetic opioids like fentanyl. Oh, okay. So fentanyl.
Please make an image of Marilyn
Some
Monroe
of these deaths
in a
were
bikini
attributed to fentanyl and other illicit drugs like cocaine. See, that's what I don't
with a
understand.
beach
If you're selling
background,
cocaine,
holding a
why
sign
would
that
you
says,
mix it
"Please
with
join
this?
Rabbi's
That's just
District for Woke
like
People."
fentanyl's the opposite, right?
It's insanely cut down. Maybe they're small time distributors that are trying to figure out how to get a kick to their product. It's extremely cut down. You want to make more money, you're greedy. It's an illicit market, so nobody's got supervisors. Hey, where'd you buy these drugs?
Right, what I'm saying is that if you got clientele buying cocaine and it's killing everybody, they're going to stop buying coke.
This isn't Ford Motor Company. They're not worried about being sued.
No, but right, they're worried about making money. They're worried about selling the cocaine, right?
They're not. They're not. They don't give a shit. Some people don't give a shit.
Do you think it's deliberate or do you think it's by mistake?
I think it's by mistake. I think being able to give percentages as far as to make sure the amounts is these people are chemists. Some of these guys are getting some of their product from Alibaba through weird underground black market, arriving at their houses and they're cutting their shit in the basement just to make a buck. Now you're seeing the change right now is not specifically related to putting into existing stuff like heroin. Now they're actually involved in manufacturing fake paint medication, and they camouflage in the church, or they're creating their own packaged pills. So not even Madison.
I saw that when I was in, I forget where, I forget the name of the town, but it's like one of the biggest tourist destination places near Punta Rica.
Okay.
And once I remember going through town, there's all these farmers, every single drug, every prescription drug is there. Viagra, Cialis, Vicodin,
It's a white people meth is what they call something like that.
white people meth.
Yeah. Basically, a lot of stuff is over the counter, and usually if it's over the counter, you can go down there, get a prescription, like, hey, you need a prescription for it. Okay, where can I get it? And the guy just turns around, and hello, that's one aspect of it down there. It's interesting that there's a giant pharmaceutical industry down there. People should question why there's so many pharmacies and giant pharmaceutical industry. It makes you wonder what else is behind that.
Are there U.S. pharmaceutical companies based down there or operating down there?
It's a lot of the bigger ones are mostly Mexican ones that are operating under the guise of making similar pharmaceuticals as the major ones for the populace that are more affordable.
Wow.
And right now, what you're seeing,
what China does,
it's
just how big the country is.
with everything else.
That's the influence, I guess. But what you're seeing now is the evolution into fake medication and fake pain medication and things that look exactly like a prescription HGH, which is fentanyl fake opiates. And pill tests is being found in safe houses and manufacturing facilities, packages. So why would I risk smuggling a break of something when you can just put it in medication across the board? So that's what you're seeing now as far as an evolution of some of these things. So that's part of the U.S.
So they're sending chemists over there, and the cartels are working directly with Chinese chemists, and they're teaching them how to manufacture.
That's something that's been documented. It's happened a few times. That's already documented.
And that is, and how does that benefit like the single level cartel? Does that just save them money?
Yeah, it's a money saver. I mean, they don't have to go to even up. So another thing to kind of think about as far as some of these criminal groups in Mexico, they operate all the way down to Colombia. But there's factions of the Sinaloa and Regeneration Cartel operating in Colombia at the source. I mean, they're not taking control of the whole operation, but they're already down there and kind of like basically doing this. Canada, they're in northern Africa.